I think I'll go ahead and start right now. I'll bring up the list, but if there's more people coming in, I'll review it a little bit later. The um, the main deck is the same as last week on Christmas Eve when we went 10-0 in the two leagues. The sideboard, I'm testing a few things tonight, namely a stronger land package, and with that, I have the second crop rotation and a few extra silver bullets. This Assassin's Trophy I'm trying tonight just to see how it goes. Typically, I want to play forward Brigade, but the one trophy can get you out of tough scenarios where you'd otherwise be locked to something strange like a Tabernacle, um, Glacial Chasm, and whatnot. Same for the Wasteland. I think we can go ahead and just start. I've been doing pretty well with this list uh, so far. Hey, how's it going? Evening. I'm trying to start earlier tonight. Originally, I would have started earlier, but I didn't know I was gonna start tonight. Originally, I was gonna potentially play tomorrow and stream tomorrow, but it is New Year's Eve, so I wanted to leave that night open up for the wife just in case we do anything. Sanctus. So we'll see how it goes. Typically, I consider Leyline of the Void. Thank you. You too, David. Hope you have a great New Year's Eve as well. So typically, I consider Leyline of the Void almost like the non-blue Force of Will or Force of Will for the non-blue decks. So it is a little bit dangerous to play without it, but we'll see how we do. Oops, I just almost played a land too quickly. I think given our hand, we want to be able to generate well, we don't have a payoff spell right now, so I think Green Sun should be a Wirewood symbiote. So I'm gonna go ahead and take the Heritage Druid because I think that lets us net mana on turn 2. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and play this out. If they kill it, they kill it. It's not a big deal. The reason being is we want to conceal information, right? And if they... Okay, so they are gonna daze this, it looks like. Or brainstorm into daze. And I don't think I mind that. It is a little bit problematic if they play turn 2 Arcanist, though. But if they daze, then they can't do that, so I think that's fine. If they force, that's a different issue. I did hear some secret insider news for next month. I'm excited. I think I know what you're referring to, David. So, nope. That's fine. They can daze it. Yeah, I don't want to spoil the news because I'll leave that up to others. But there is some exciting news next month. Okay, Noble Hire. I think they're on Infect. So, I think based on that, we're gonna go ahead and protect our plays by leading with Shepherd. And then I think we can still Green Sun for the Heritage the following turn if we need the mana. So I think I'll do that. Because we still don't really have a payoff. So one thing I've realized about Shepherd is it's good against these combo decks again that play Force of Will. So that's why it's pretty good here. And I don't think I mind too much that the days are turn 1 play because that also sets our opponent back on mana too. And the fact that they shuffled off the Ponder is good news for us. So let's go ahead and get the Heritage Druid because we need the mana. I think I'm gonna go ahead and play the land drop and play the Visionary and then untap. Looking forward to him getting back in the lineup. I don't think it will affect him. Tough guy. I expect a good game from him tonight, as well as the whole Clipper team. Paul George, a facilitator last night, Corey. Well, I love Paul George, the way he played last game. He didn't force anything. He let the game come to him. And he allowed his teammates to get off. So tonight he has his Batman are playing. If they want to trade here, I think I'm okay with that actually. Because we have 2 Green Sun. One can get the another Shepherd while the other one can be the payoff. I don't think they trade, but who knows, right? It's also possible we might be in trouble here. Like, we die to 2 pump spells. But the fact that they shuffled off the Ponder, I think, is okay for us. Not really a great matchup for us, but we can win. It really depends how good their hand is. So I'm actually kind of thrilled about that, because it means we're not dead yet. 1, 2, 3. So here we can potentially go for the Glimpse, or an Archon. So 3, 6 mana, 7, 8, 9. Oh, actually we can. Hoof. Yeah, that's exactly just enough to hoof. So let's do that. Well, actually, hold on. The thing is, they can block one, but we can't. We don't have the mana to generate. I don't believe we have the. Yeah, we don't have the mana to. Three. Yeah, we don't have the mana to pump with Shepherd and. Yeah, I was thinking about the fetch for Arbor as well, and I don't think they play Stifle, so that should be lethal now. The only way it's not is they have to have like 3 pump spells, which they would have used already. But yeah, this is what I mean when I say Reclaimer and Shepherd kind of cover for each other's blind spots. So again, not a graveyard deck. So Reclaimer is only good for fetching Cradle and potentially Cabal Pit in this matchup. But I think Cabal Pit's kind of narrow. But Shepherd pulling its weight here, and that's why we're upping the count to 3 now. The only reason why I'm not playing 4 is because I think the only logical cut for it is the second Birchlore Rangers. And I think at that point you're really treading dangerously on not being able to generate mana. And I think more than anything else, that's how you lose games. So if for whatever reason in the future you want the 4th Shepherd, this is probably the cut. But I just don't think I don't think you need the 4th Shepherd based on the games that I've played, because the only time you really need it is against a Chalice deck, in my opinion. But otherwise, against any fair or unfair blue deck, you already have 7 virtual copies, and drawing 2 is not really the best, in my opinion. So I think Wasteland is good here to deal. So it's kind of good, right? Running the crop rotation package. Wasteland's good to deal with their Ink Moth kills, and then I think we want. See how it maps. We might not want the Thoughtseizes, given that we have the decays. So we definitely don't want the Bog. We can trim on the Visionaries. They kind of play like a Delver deck in a lot of ways. They just don't have the removal, but they have a combo kill instead. I think I actually am going to try without the Thoughtseizes tonight, because we have the crop rotation as a kind of a nice like speed upgrade. And then if we can take out 1 creature, that's pretty good already, I think. And Thoughtseizes kind of slows us down, and they're a tempo deck to the extreme in the sense that they don't have the removal, but they have a combo kill instead. So I think for now, I like where we're at. There's an argument for the Cabal Pit, but I think it's a little slow. We'll go without it. Oof, not what I want to see. So this hand is kind of sketch, I think, because you're on a virtual mode of 6 already, and you can't generate any mana. I'm gonna ship it back, even though it had a decay. This is better. The other thing I realized about the Infect matchup is if you bring in Thoughtseizes, your kill is significantly slower because you're taking a turn off essentially. So I think for at least for science, we're gonna try it without tonight. Here, I think given that we know what they're on now, we're just gonna lead with Shepherd. So everything is safe. Yeah, I agree. Like it's a huge tempo loss. Exactly. Like my issue with Pit, having tried it, is it's typically only good in the games where it's kind of gone kind of late, and I feel like we're kind of favoring those matchups anyways because That means they're kind of slow on a threat or whatnot. Let's go ahead and just like vomit our hand, I guess. Or I guess in this case it would be playing 2 dudes. And we want to lead with the Reclaimer because that soaks more damage in case they want to use Pump as a removal spell. I think here, yeah, I'm just going to play everything. I don't think we trade here, given our hand. Because we can block Glistener Elf. Looks like they're going to crop rotation. Oh no, they're going to waterlock. That's fine. Yeah, I agree, David. The issue with Cabal Pit is it's typically for the slower matchups, and this matchup is very much about speed, which is why I'm trying without Thoughtseizes, which I traditionally bring in, but I think given the construction of our sideboard tonight, I think it's fine because we have the crop rotations, extra outs. So yeah, they know not to attack because we can just easily block. Okay, so here we can force a block, and then they have to be down. Yeah, I think we want to cycle the Glimpse here. Because that represents lethal next turn. And then if we get the draw into a natural order, that's good here. So we're going to bounce the Ranger just because it's the only one that can't attack. And this way we force a trade, or not a trade, but a block. Okay, interesting. So we did not know they were on white, which kind of throws a wrench into our plans. I think that's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and play the fetch, and then attack with, I think, just the Reclaimer, because I feel like our opponent would want to trade with the Glistener Elf, and then we're gonna fetch for a Wasteland. We don't want, yeah, we don't want to we don't want to turn on their I forgot what the delve spell is called, but we don't want to make it easier for them to pump 6. Sure, that's fine. Yep. Okay, so now we can go ahead and get the Wasteland. And then we're going to burn our Cradle there because we already have another in hand. Yeah, Caldera would have been real good there, right there. I think given this board state, we're going to bash with all. We don't have white, we don't have the Savannah in our deck, but I think that's fine. And then you want to do this all without playing your land drop yet because you want to conceal as much information as possible. And unfortunately, yeah, we don't have a we don't have a white source for the Archon. But the Wasteland does look real good right now. I think given this, we're kind of incentivized to block. So let's see what we can actually beat here. If they want to pump, I think that's probably okay. I'm trying to think of the berserk lines that would kill us. I think it's safe to double block potentially. They have to have, yeah, if they do, I think we're okay with this though. If they double invigorate, let's see, that would make it a... I'm just debating whether I want to double block is all. And I think I probably do. Sure. Okay. So essentially they use both invigorates to try to trade, I guess. I think that's fine with us. I still like where we are given the board state. Like, we have the wasteland up still. And they burned essentially 2 pump spells, or I guess it would be 1 because the second berserk is not great. Sure. That's pretty good. So the nice thing is, actually, yeah, that's fine. The nice thing is it's a 2-turn clock regardless. So we go for the kill here. Okay. I think they're in a tough spot because of the wasteland, personally. Yep. And the nice thing is we only respond if it's lethal here. Like, there's no reason to get hit by Vines of Vastwood. It's a fairy. Okay, that doesn't do anything. Another reason to not burn the wasteland right away is because there's no reason to. Like, long story short, if they have a second one, we get punished, like for using the mana and them essentially not using the mana. So that's pretty nice how that turned out. And just to be clear, Infect is typically not a good matchup too, in my opinion. You can win, but I would say they're favored. So the crop rotation package already like doing heavy work there. But yeah, as you also can see, we actually didn't hit threshold until much later in the game. And like I said, by that point, we probably have a lot of ways to close out. So I'm gonna bring up the deck for those joining us right now. Tonight I'm running the same list I ran last week, and I mentioned I apologize in advance. I know my normal streaming day is Thursday, but tomorrow is Christmas Eve. I mean, not Christmas, New Year's Eve, and I wanted to reserve it, for family stuff just in case. But we are running the same list with a few tweaks to the sideboard. The main deck is exactly the same as last week, and yeah, Tom's just on another level. Like, keep. I think at the time I stopped playing Legacy, I was focusing on Modern. He had like maybe 5 or 6 more trophies to me, and then during that month, I think he won like 30 trophies or something like that, which is just kind of an unreal number. Like, I think he might be the best. I mean, he's definitely the best depths player I know. He and for sure the Tom is probably the best, one of the top 3 in the world. I would guess. Something I asked him, but I don't know if he answered, was if that Rainbow Mana base was a meme initially and then it ended up being good, or if that was intentional. I'd love to know the answer to that question. If chat knows that'd be much appreciated. It makes sense though, because you get access to all the colors. I'm gonna fetch beforehand because we're not really doing much here. And the reason to fetch Bayou is because if they play Wasteland, you can reclaim it away for a basic. And then if they don't, you get the Cradle. Yeah, the Rainbow Mana base is nice, and he was on my stream a few weeks back, and he explained why the blue is nice. It's because the Stifle actually covers a lot of the deck's weaknesses. Not to mention you get the random blowouts. Okay, so this is kind of interesting. Like, our opponent played, let's see, Island Pass. Like, I wonder if they are on some kind of combo deck based on what they've showed. Non-Snowland. Yeah, so that's the other thing, right? Like, anytime I see non-snow, like, I'm almost tempted to think they're on some kind of Alright, so I don't think we can afford to tap out in case. I think they're on Omni, but in case they are on a weird or just didn't draw very well and are on Ad Nauseam Tendrils, I think I want to leave mana up. Yeah, I don't think we should be tapping out here. In general, ideally, okay, so they are on Omni. So we can kind of virtual ramp again with Reclaimer. So they're on the blue-white version. Sure. Yeah, I get there was nothing we could have done here. Sure. Yeah, I don't think any hand really beats that, given that we didn't know what they were on. Well, there's no way we could have. I think what I meant to say is we needed to have a stronger hand, but I don't think we can afford to mold the hand we kept. And even if we try to glimpse there on turn 3, all right, that's game. Even we tried to glimpse there on turn 3, there's no sequence of draws that would have gotten us there. Yeah, because we only have a Wirewood in hand. I think, given what we saw, the Karakas is like reasonable, not great, but we still probably board it in. The Assassin's Trophy is kind of nice, and that's what we're testing tonight. I think we want the crops for speed, and then the Thoughtseizes. Bog doesn't do anything, and I think we can just cut the Visionaries. There's a chance they have Containment Priest, but the problem with Cabal Pit is it's going to be a while before we turn that on. So I think we just live with it. They have it. We do have an Assassin's Trophy, which is nice. And Wasteland, I don't think is what we want to be doing. I think it's very narrow, and I think you board it if you have nothing else, but I think it's otherwise fine. Crop is not particularly great, but it just means we have more access to Cradle. We don't have a quick kill here. Yeah, I think we have to mulligan this. The glimpse helps, so I'm just gonna keep. Hey, Yogg, how's it going, man? Good evening. Throw back a redundant fetch. Yeah, I think had we known that they were on show and tell, I would have mulled the first hand we had game one, but I didn't bother to like scout or anything. Like also for stream purposes, I just think it makes more sense to play as if we don't know what the opponent's on, because I think that would kind of defeat the purpose of. This is more educational than anything else, including for myself. I think our hand incentivizes us to play for the turn 3. So I'm going to go ahead and just Green Sun now. Green Sun was actually a good draw because our hand was a little bit slow at the moment. We have to hope they stumble. This is not a matchup I particularly enjoy because it matters less on how we draw and more how they draw. Like the only card that we have that is pretty relevant against them to interact is Thoughtseize, and it's not a matchup we can afford to just mold to Thoughtseize. Whereas like something something like Dredge or Hogak, I think you can be a little bit more liberal with your mulligans. I think the fact that they fetch planes is interesting. It almost tells me they have a swords. So I think what might happen here is a swords on Shepherd into force, based on what they're showing. Okay, so that's interesting. Yeah, I think we just leave with it. There's no reason. The reason to play out the Cradle is if for some reason they swords and we need the mana. Okay, so that's fine. So now I think because of days and whatnot, we want to. Sorry, wrong one. I think we want to lead with the Symbiote, or play the Cradle prior. I should say. And again, it doesn't make real sense to me We boarded out the Visionaries, okay. It doesn't make sense to me why they didn't force, or maybe they didn't have the force, but they wanted to use. It tells me they don't have the force then, if they didn't swords and force in response. I'm gonna go ahead and dig for the creatures, because there's 2 out here. Ooh, hoof would have been nice, but. Okay, we can get the Shepherd here. And then prepare for a kill next turn, essentially. Jeez. Alright, so they got it. I think it was possible I misplayed earlier. I would have to look at the replay. We can do that right after this. But I think it was possible I just clicked through too quickly and should have got a Archon. Or attempted a Green Sun for 6. So that's my bad. I can't see. So let's take a look. It's nice to review your plays too, if just to learn. So let's go through this real quick. I think I punted though. I think it's possible. It's possible. I think I could have generated 7 mana. I just autopilot it, unfortunately. Okay, I'm gonna slow down here. So I think actually if we get the second Ranger, that probably does it, right? Like, okay, this is 3 mana here. I can bounce, untap, so that's 3. Sorry, 3 and untap 1, bounce the other, go down to 2, and pull it while playing it again. That's 5. That's 6. Yeah, if we get the other Ranger, that would have been able to cast the Green Sun. So that was a mistake by me because, and even without the other Ranger, we still had the Wirewood here. So that, well, actually the Wirewood is used for the Ranger. So that's 3. You use the Ranger preemptively, untap a Heritage, bounce with a Symbiote, untap the Birchlord, play it again. You're down to 2, go to 5, untap, that's 6. But then if we had gotten the other Ranger, that's 7. So that was the misplay. It doesn't mean that we win that game because it's possible they have days. But it's definitely better than our line. Keep. So our opponent is typically on some kind of Painter deck. Although recently when I played against them, they were on blue-white Delvers with Counterbalance. So it's pretty nice seeing this magic bot show up the matchup. That's pretty cool. All right, they forced turn one. That's fine. I don't think we really care. That is a bad draw. I think what's gonna happen now is because they forced turn one, I believe they have Arcanus turn two. Sure. And they're just trying to keep us off. Like, this is why I don't really enjoy Legacy right now. Because I don't Jeskai. Counterbalance? Okay. I think the play patterns are not very, like, good. Or healthy, I should say. Yep. The good thing is, if we can sneak in another creature, we do have lethal with Hoof. I mean, they wasted their four. Oh, okay, that's fine then. They're gonna waste our Cradle, presumably. Interesting. Oh, they're gonna. Okay, so they're just keeping us off mana, and they're playing for the early game. Ugh. Counterbalance has been an elf nemesis for a very long time. Since the days of yore. I don't believe we're winning this game, but yeah, but we'll play it out. I don't believe we're like I said. I don't believe we're winning this game. They I guess what's kind of tilting part is, yeah, 2000. That's when Counterbalance was at its height. When Sensei's Divining Top was still legal. The good thing, I guess, about it was because there's a lot of good Miracle players in my metagame locally. I got real good at getting my opponent to flip their top prematurely on the less relevant spell. Yeah, I think it's almost time to pack it in with the Arcanus. It's funny because I think given the choice, I almost rather see Counterbalance than Arcanus. Yeah. Yeah. Not overextending is a very important part of playing elves. You just have to have enough pressure so they have to react, but you don't want. I think we want the Cabal. Actually, yeah, we want the Cabal Pit. You want enough pressure just so they have to react, but not where we get blown out by a sweeper. I think I want to board. I know the last time I played them, which was I think yesterday night. Yeah, Staticaster is a hell of a card. And actually one that I'm actually a little bit scared to face at the moment because Cabal Pit doesn't hit it, and it's it's just that we're not prepared for it at the moment. I think given the construction of our sideboard, we probably still board the same way we do against Delver from last week, which is just one crop rotation. Wasteland I think is a little bit iffy against these decks because it doesn't really do anything when you're behind, which we typically are. We are the not beat down. We are the control, and they are the beat down in the matchup. And in this matchup, oops, Assassin's Trophy is potentially even more of a liability than having the 4th Abrupt Decay. But I think regardless of what happens tonight, I think I'm still happy with this deck. Like I said, the sideboard we're just messing around with now that we got the sample size of 10 leagues in. So I know last week was pretty nice, and I joked it was the Christmas miracle because I went, you know, it was the first time I 5-0'd on stream, and then we went back to back, so 10-0. But yeah, the main deck just feels incredible in my opinion. Like we can lose to those kind of hands like game one we did, and then we lost to Omni, which is like not a great matchup in my opinion. So we're gonna be safe here and just Green Sun for 0, and then go turn 2 Visionary. Ideally we have an Abrupt Decay, but this is like pretty reasonable, albeit a little slow. The sideboard is where we have a lot of room, but I have liked the 4 Reclaimer 3 Shepherd split. I think the only consideration that we might have is maybe that we should be playing the Shepherd because it's just too good not to play. But besides that, and maybe besides Caldera or Nurturing Peatland, I think it's mostly solved. Scavenging Ooze would be nice, but I just don't think we have the room main deck. We can play on the sideboard. So if they Wasteland here, I think we're fine with that. That's because we have another land in hand. What it just does mean is we probably have to spend the Green Sun. In general, I want to, against Delver especially, you want to be as mana efficient as possible. If that means I tap out for Visionary instead of playing the Green Sun for 0, then so be it. One of the nice lines here is if we can get a Shepherd protected by Wirewood, that's even more devastating against Roger Steady's version because they have counterbalance. In general, Shepherd I don't think it's good. I don't think it's great against Delver. What it does it protects your glimpses, but then they do have a lot of removal, so I think Reclaimer is better in this matchup than Shepherd is, personally. Granted, the white kind of changes. When I say this matchup, I mean against Delver. Okay. I think here we're just going to lead one by one and see how they react. They may force this. Yeah. That's what I was expecting. I think given that we have 2 mana, we just play Visionary, see what happens. That's a very clutch Abrupt Decay. There's an argument to be made. I know some people will do it, where they'll bounce a Visionary here. I don't like that actually. I rather just keep the mana. I think the mana for Cradle is more relevant. So that's fine. I'll bounce on their end step. There's no need, in my opinion, to bounce 2, if that makes sense. So there's even an argument to not bounce it at all because you get the extra mana from the Cradle. It didn't matter in this case, but we do lose a... Actually, we didn't lose it, but a damage, but In case we had it one drop, it would have mattered. So there's an argument for that. But I was playing so that if we draw another land or whatnot. But something to keep in mind. We will get a little bit punished here if they wasteland us and we don't have the extra land now. So one thing to focus on is learning from mistakes. So everybody will make mistakes. The key is to not repeat them, or at least minimize that. And I think what we're gonna do here, well, this might be a blazing volley. Nope. They play a land already. I think we're just gonna let it go because we want the mana. We have 2 visionaries in hand. Yeah, exactly. If it were 0 or none, I would think about bouncing it back more. But we already have more cards in hand than they do, and we have a better board. So that's why I just let it go there. And I think this, yeah. See, they kind of know too, right? Because it's scary when the elf player is choosing not to bounce back the vision. That's one of the tells that the elf player's hand is pretty good. Like, yeah, let's just lead with that. See what we draw. We're not under really any pressure here, so there's no need to run our stuff out into a sweeper. And I'm just gonna go ahead and bounce prematurely in case they do have a sweeper. Like we're pretty ahead. They have to deal with this. And nice, this time we do have the crop rotation in case they choose to wasteland us, but I don't think they will because we're ahead on board. This just doesn't make any sense. And oh, and my logic for only boarding one of the 2 crop rotations is we don't really want to draw 2. Like this is not live until later on. Okay, so they're choosing not to do anything still. That's fine. I'm just gonna leave it. They may bolt or swords here, yeah. And I think I'm gonna let it go because of the mana. They've got to force this. Yeah, exactly. Like the one is nice to get them, but I don't think we really need the second crop. It could be relevant, but I think one is probably fine. Also, the one just means that you have extra copy of Bog and Cabal Pit. Sure. That's pretty good. I think what we're gonna do here is untap the Arbor and then forced a chump block. Sure. Now that was a blowout, right? Like, oops. Oh, that was bad. Okay, that's fine. Oh my. I did. Oh, yeah. I didn't need to play that. That was bad by me. I got tunnel vision. Obviously, I haven't played with Shepard enough. So they're trying to find a sweeper, I would guess. Really sloppy by me though. Sorry, chat. We just have to hope we don't get punished here for that. Okay, so we didn't. If we lost, that definitely was on me. The kill was there through multiple ways, and I just, sometimes that happens, and I shouldn't do that, but sometimes I autopilot. But let's go to game 3, I guess. Not great, but I think we have to keep. I'm surprised they didn't go for a removal on Shepard. Yeah, I'm surprised too. But the only thing I can think of is maybe they think because I have a full grip, like they need to sweep the board. Like I have a second Arcanist in hand or something. That would be their logic, which makes sense because given that I play kind of sloppy, like maybe that's why they did what they did. So they also know about the crop now. I think they're looking for a Days of Force because they probably have an Arcanist turn 2. It's crazy because I think Arcanist is actually better against tribal decks than Plague Engineer is, which is kind of a crazy world we live in. The only thing is Plague Engineer is probably a better top deck is all. But on turn 2 or turn 3, I'd rather be playing against an Engineer than be playing against... so I'm going to lead with... Ranger because I want to develop my mana. And then we're gonna start fetching for arbors, given the the board state. Oh wow, they don't have a second land. That's actually really good for us. That tells me their hand is probably stacked though. Like why else would they keep? It's time to go. I'm gonna play out the cradle here because in case they decide they want to bolt my ranger in response. Oh, that's an excellent draw. If they daze here, I think we're fine with it. Actually, cancel. We're gonna attack with the ranger first because I think we care more about the reclaimer getting dazed. So I'm not gonna try to punt twice in the same game or same match. And it's kind of nice now so that we can discard a hand size. The reclaimer being a 3/4 is now, especially backed by double wirewood protection, is gonna take over the game. I don't think we need the second basic. I think they're in a rough spot, especially with the decay. Some lists run EE, so and I think they do. So that's something I should be playing around if I can, and this hand does play around it with 2 wirewood. That is one nice thing I guess about EE against elves. It does hit. That's bad. It does hit. What is it called? Reclaimer. Whereas normally, the red base sweepers do not. Sure. I think if they wanted to do that, that's the equivalent of actually. What does it call it? Swords on wirewood first, and then blazing volley. The sequencing there doesn't really matter in my opinion. And then here we're just gonna let the reclaimer go to town. I think we want to lead with a basic and just go that. And then we're gonna end step Once Upon a Time to be mana efficient. The other thing for now is this also plays around Submerge. And then we only want to fetch if we absolutely need to. But in my opinion, we're significantly ahead. And the reason being is because they missed their land drop on turn 2. Sure, don't think we care. They can submerge now if they want, but I think that's fine. Or once we decay the Arcanus is what I mean to say. Sure. Nice, we don't even need to. We're just gonna go ahead and bash. Yeah, they are. Like, that Once Upon a Time is not even affecting the board, so it doesn't make any sense. Like, and we have a full grip, so they have to know decay is likely. The game is over, in my opinion. That's why, like, if you're an elf player, you shouldn't be afraid to tap out for Visionaire and one drops. The reason being is because a daze is not free, like contrary to what people believe. That's fine. They want to do that. We're just gonna continue to bash. Like, there's no need to, um, tutor up anything right now. Like, we don't need the Cabal Pit at the moment because of Decay in hand, and they're under significant pressure. So there's no reason to play the Ranger for multiple reasons. One, in case we draw the Glimpse. Two, in case they have another sweeper. Exactly, yeah. Like, we have lethal with the Arbor. We actually have, yeah, we have lethal with the Arbor, so there's no need to, like... Um, it doesn't play around Submerge, unfortunately, but I think that's probably okay. Sure. Yeah. This is essentially testing for Submerge here. I felt with our hand, with a Decay, it's probably fine. And they go to 1. Yeah. So far, so good. I don't think there was much we could have done about this. There was a potential chance we could have drawn into a natural order. Actually, we misplayed by not getting the Green Sun Zenith for 6 in game 2, but there was 2 misplays really. We should have got the Ranger as well for those who are just tuning in. I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick break to use the restroom, and I'll be back in maybe let's just say 1 minute. All right, thanks for the patience. I think on a personal, with some personal news, I did win my fantasy football league with the miraculous comeback on Monday, with thanks to the Buffalo Bills. I had Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs. For those of you who are into football, I'll bring up my team later, the roster, if anybody's curious what the team looked like. Long story short, I was down 60 and needed to make up 60 points from two players. That looks like a show and tell player, but I could be wrong. I think this is kind of risky. Yeah, we don't make mana, so I'm gonna ship it back. This is even worse. We do have a natural order. I think we have to keep it. I don't want to go to 5. I think we want a reclaimer to build our board. So we're gonna get Cradle on turn 2, and then set up potentially for a turn 3 Glimpse. We're hoping that they like get baited with the Glimpse. Delver, okay, that's fine. See, the other thing is we lose to Forest and Wasteland with the first hand. I'm gonna do this now. For those who are new to the deck, I don't typically advise turn 2 Reclaimer activations, but this is one of the scenarios where we want to do that. If we know we're light on mana and we want to set up for a turn 3. Cradle here would be greedy, in my opinion. Because they haven't played their land drop yet. So I'm just going to get a basic. Yeah, see, like, we would have been kind of punished there. I think here we're going to try to bait out with a Glimpse and see what they do. The other line would be to lead with Shepherd into a protected Glimpse, but I think the problem is then the Glimpse is dead for even longer. We were really hoping that they would force the Glimpse there. They might be on blue-red Delver, I think. I think here... Man, this is kind of rough. We're under kind of a lot of pressure. I'm gonna run this into Daze and see if they counter it. Yeah. Nope. Maybe they don't have a force, is what I'm hoping. Nice. That might be game. If they have Oko, it's still 2 turns away, and this buys us time. But we'll see. Another possibility is they have a Chain Lightning hand. They're gonna 2-for-1 themselves. Hmm. Okay. I think there's no reason not to play it out right now. Jeez. Okay. So we are in trouble here. Yeah, that's game. That was kind of brutal. They used the 1 Chain Lightning already. It seems like they're on blue red though, so they probably have 4. But yeah, to have the Arcanus into the second Chain Lightning is kind of tough. Yeah, I agree. I do believe they're on blue red. Although actually, I've seen even in the rug list run up to 3 Chain Lightning. Like that list is like particularly good against us too because uh, Arcanus is just like free removal in that case. We didn't have a great hand, unfortunately, so that hurt as well. One of the things I wish elves had access to was more interaction game one. The reason being is because the current state of legacy actually here I'm gonna actually get a fetch, and I'll explain why. I want Reclaimer to live, so I'm gonna lead with Wirewood. Actually, I'm gonna lead with Ranger specifically because I want to go Reclaimer into Wirewood, turn 2. Wow, okay, they didn't kill it. So it's possible I should play around days there with the cradle, but I think if they want to daze and reclaimer me and set themselves back, and then chain lightning or bolt my reclaimer and set them back, essentially a turn, I'm okay with that. We have a much more explosive turn 3 now because of the line we just took, and this is going to be online pretty soon. Like, if they had the force, I actually would have considered from their side to force the reclaimer, or sorry, the wirewood for sure, because yeah, that's fine. Because now we have a 3/4 reclaimer. Like, that's a major problem for them. So at minimum, we want to be able to end step reclaimer to make us a 3/4. So I think I'm just gonna play visionary and see what they do. So I'm gonna attack with the ranger and leave the reclaimer up. That's gonna represent the arbor on the basic forest. But now I think they have. It's gonna be hard for them to win, in my opinion. Sure. Sure. Especially since we have an untap with the ranger. So if they have a submerge, that's pretty good. Oh man, that's brutal. Okay. Hmm. I think here we're incentivized to lead with the glimpse. If we wait a turn, it could get worse. I think we have to dig for an answer now. Okay. So 4, 5. This plays around removal. We actually are happy that they found the glimpse because we didn't have a second creature in hand. Uh, sure. So the debate here is whether to place around stifle or not, and I think we do. We activate in response. And then we're gonna stack block. Actually, we don't want to do that. There's no reason to. Submerge is not particularly great on this board. Alright, so they are on... It looks like they're on the kind of the hybrid blue, red, splashing green for Oko list with 3 chains. Not 2 chains, but 3 chains. Exactly, David. I know that was, for those of you who follow any rap, but yeah, they had 2 chains in game 1. I think that's fine. This is not really the matchup for Wasteland, even though it is live. I think we actually have to keep this hand because of Abrupt Decay. Alright, they mold a 5. I feel good about this. If we draw creatures and they don't have double Arcanist or multiple threats, we're probably favored, but and especially since they're down to 5. So that's the thing now, like, I know it seems like they always have turn 1 Delver, turn 2 Arcanist, but they are mulliganing really aggressively, and sometimes when you do that, like, you can get punished, like, they're down to 5. Here, I believe we want a Wirewood. Nice. I think we leave with Bursler, like, the Wirewood is high priority. Not so much because of Visionary, more so because it protects our Shepherd and Reclaimer. Okay, that's fine. Like, they probably mowed hard for Arcanist, like, unfortunately. And I think the Decay here is, like, very clutch. I almost think, like, it's probably wrong that we're playing the Assassin's Trophy, but I do want to test it and give it a fair shake first. If that was an Assassin's Trophy, I would just feel very scared about a Daze or Force. And I think they are potentially in trouble. Because while they can find another threat, it's another turn well, they would need a land plus Arcanist here if they want to do that, or wait till the following turn. But yeah, otherwise they kept a 3-land hand, which doesn't make any sense. Oof. Okay. Jeez. Okay. This is actually kind of a neat trick that we're gonna be able to do. Hey, how's it going, man? Hi, Leviathan. We can actually take the Arcanist off the board. It depends if we want to fetch. We have to crop rotate for right now, though, for a fetch. Actually, we can't even take it off the board. We only have 2 power. Unless we fetch for an Arbor and then do it that way. Yeah, let's try that. Trophy gives you Outset Chasm, which is not. It is, but it's possible we just want 4 decays because of scary scenarios like this. Okay. So I could have pit and took him off a draw. The problem is that doesn't kill the Arcanist then. Like, it just buys one turn. And we're not drawing particularly well, unfortunately. Like, even on Moto 5, they're in the game. It's going to be backbreaking for us if they find the Lightning Bolt. Because we have to try to take the Arcanist. You could have still pit and then block. I don't know how far back on mana you want to go. Okay, now that's pretty bad. They should have attacked, to be honest. I'm gonna run out the Cradle. In case they daze for whatever reason. Brainstorm, I would guess. So Ponder, Brainstorm. We'll give them the Ponder. Actually, I'm messing up. Like, I should have pit earlier. Like, I forgot about the two. They're -2/-2 instead of just the attack. That's bad of me. And it might actually cost me this game now. That mistake. Hooting Mandrills. Yep. Yeah, that was bad. I could have taken the Arcanist off the board with the pit, and then they wouldn't have had the extra draw which would have been relevant because I could have stack blocked the other Arcanist with 4. Now we're in a rough spot. We essentially gave our opponent an extra draw, and that's like huge right now. Because that one draw is now becoming multiple draws. Not good. We have to attack. Like, there's no... we know that they have Force of Negation, so we're going to do this main phase. Yeah, see, they're running a basic island now, too. Yeah, this is on me, chat. Didn't play particularly well this game. There's no margin for error when your opponent has Dreadhorde Arcanus. I might. The way it lined up, I think we would have won this game because we could have used the Assassin's Trophy for the Mandrills instead. We got kind of punished for the misplay. Because they had an extra bolt that actually made it so that we had to spend more time on the second Arcanist. I think we have to go to 1. We're probably dead. Yep. So that's on me, chat. That was a very winnable game. I punted. Usually I'm not used to pitting mid. Thanks. Yeah, that was on me. I'm not used to using Cabal Pit mid combat as much. Usually it's like to deal with the engineer or something. So I just totally spaced out on the fact that it would only have 2. I kept thinking for whatever reason. I forgot the health part of the toughness part of the Cabal Pit. I thought for whatever reason, I was tunnel vision on just it becoming a 0-3 instead of a 0-1 or -1, I guess. The list feels fine though. You can argue we won round 1 with the Wasteland. And then I've had 2 punts so far this league. We probably still lose match 2, but it's hard to say. But we definitely punted match 4 there. I think this is fine. So let's try not to punt anymore. That's an easy. So I'll run back a second league after this, only because I'm the type that likes to try to redeem themselves after a punt. So thanks for the follow, Fiery Justice. DNT? Yeah. The non-snow planes kind of gives it away. The order doesn't really matter here. So I actually, for those who know me, I have a very good win rate against DNT. I didn't lose to it for over a year essentially, only to have that broken the other day because I whipped off Once Upon a Time. Uh, so that's kind of good and bad, I guess, right? Bad because you lost, but then the pressure of having to, stay undefeated against this deck for is no longer on me. I, I wonder if they have another swords. Let's do it this way. Yeah. I feel like they would have played it if they had another one. Actually, I should be pouring this out. This is not right. Oops. Alright, so for those who know me, the Shepherds aren't good in this particular matchup. Like, you don't need more ways to win. Natural order is enough. Um, so I just essentially keep. I like the before I would board out the reclaimers, but I just think that they just do too much. So I'm keeping them in because they represent more removal too. Sometimes, especially since these lists are playing Spirit of the Labyrinth now. So I don't think we really need a race. Their clock is pretty anemic, just to put it frankly, and I think Reclaimer does more than extra copies of Heritage Druid here. Like, the only way we lose in general uh, is if they have a GTA and we somehow stumble. Like, a lot has to happen. And if we remove GTA from the game with like a Brotherkill or Assassin's Trophy, in my opinion, it's very difficult for them to win. Even if they have a bunch of lock pieces out because they don't have a fast clock. I played a lot of D&T as well in the past. Ooh, that's brutal, man. Yeah, D&T I feel pretty favored, like especially since um, D&T without any restricted, not restricted, reserve list cards, it tends to attract a lot of newer legacy players who are coming from modern, perhaps, and I think that helps us a lot. Like the relevant pieces are good. Like don't get me wrong, Spirit of the Labyrinth, Containment Freeze, and Canonist if they have it, but the issue is we usually have time to draw out of it. Because their clock isn't very fast. Now that changes if they have that with a GT, because that's also card advantage and stops our acceleration. But usually lock pieces are not enough in my experience. At some point we draw the out. In most, I mean not all. Oh, of course. Speaking of outs, Sure. So we do have Reclaimer, which is nice. I think here I'm just gonna do that. It's gonna be a while, but Cabal Pit will be live, like down the road. Like that's why I'm not really too concerned about. Interesting. About saving creatures in hand for Glimpse. It's gonna be a while. We're playing towards a natural order right now, and at some point we're gonna start deck thinning too, uh, so that we can get Cabal Pit online too, as well as Grow Reclaimer. Um, ugh, okay. They probably take the Reclaimer here. I think, yeah. So they've had like as good a start as you can ask, right? Swords on turn 1, Spirit on turn 2, Skyclave turn 3. Um, I believe we want Reclaimer. Yeah. The other thing Reclaimer does that is like often forgotten is it's a pseudo Queen Ranger in that it protects our non-basics. You will have people try to wasteland a Cradle, and then they don't see the onboard trick of tapping Reclaimer and sacrificing response. Sure, that's got a name 4. Yeah. The good thing is Prog is in our hand. Okay, there's the Abrupt Decay. I'll just pass here. Let's see if they run it in. Like, the Wasteland into the Reclaimer. Jeez, okay. I think before we do that, we're gonna want to actually cancel. We have the Cabal Pit already. Sorry, the Decay in hand. So I think here we can actually get the a fetch to deck thin. That's an interesting attack, but I don't care. I'm just gonna let that through. Sure. All right, with the mom now, that potentially changes what I want to do. I think to be mana efficient, we're just gonna decay the spirit here. We don't have the natural order, and then we have a glimpse down the road. I'm gonna fetch on upkeep. We can wait a turn. So we're gonna go to 8 here, but that's fine because we have a reclaimer coming down the following turn. Sure. We're still not in any real danger, in my opinion. They can force us to 6 next turn, but then like it's still pretty slow. Like we can start block bouncing if we need to. There's no threat of lightning bolt and things like that. Sure. Alright, now it's time to go. We're gonna play around the Mind Break trap. Because the Reclaimer here blocks better. I feel like they have some kind of disruption in hand, and that's either a Mind Break trap or another removal spell. What we should have done was actually use the other ranger because this is unsick, but it doesn't matter here given that we're not going to be able to kill this turn. They definitely have a removal spell. The fact that they're tanking that long. So slight misplay by me. I guess it doesn't matter. I should have bounced back the Bayou to replay it. Yeah, I don't. It really smells like they have a removal spell. Okay. The good thing is I wasn't really punished given that we needed to toad up 2 mana anyways. And I don't really want to bounce these back to my hand. Yeah, so there's the removal spell that we talked about. Sure. I don't think they attack. That's kind of greedy. So I believe we have the kill. It's just a matter of time. So Visionary. We're gonna find the Cabal Pit to get them. To get the Sanctum Prelate off the board. So it's nice when things turn out the way you intended. So what I mean by that is we left the Reclaimer in because we thought that we might need the Cabal Pit, and this is exactly what's happening now. And the mom looks just kind of silly here, right? I'm gonna pitch the Ranger because I think that
in case they have something, I think it's more important to have the Arbor. So we'll run one back. Like, yeah, pretty much played out how we thought it would. Like, they had perfect curve, swords into spirit, into aberration. But the problem is they couldn't close out the match, and Reclaimer essentially stalled the ground, and then eventually we knew that we were going to draw into the have threshold for the Cabal Pit. And I mentioned during sideboarding for anybody who joined us that I don't believe we need that speed in this matchup with Heritage Druid. Like, eventually we will draw the out, and they don't have the pressure to punish us for playing a slower game. We went 3-2 that league. I apologize. Like, I think that should have been a 4-1. I think we're probably still a dog game 3. And they might have a days or fours. We don't know. Game 2 against the Omnitel player. But I definitely punted away the game against Delver. So that's on me. I do like how the sideboard has felt, at least. And a lot of times that's more important than the actual result for these. I mean, these are low stakes, like, in all honesty, these league matches. Um, like, if I care, like, the leagues at the end of the day are just, you can make, like, some money or not, or just, like, get, for bragging rights, a 5-0 trophy. But in general, I like to use these leagues for prep. I know I don't play that many big challenges or what. Like, I usually don't play the challenges, but I'll send George Aaron Relentless my list, and he does. So I'm glad he's been doing well with it. But unless it's something like the showcase challenge, I typically won't play. But I'm glad that he's been doing well with it, though. So, like, this league testing has been useful for that, at least. Also, the metagame for leagues tends to be a little bit different than for challenges, from what I've seen. Leagues is more combo heavy, which means that maybe the deck should be tweaked for a challenge, but there's a good thing and bad thing about that, in the sense that with more combo in leagues, I have more practice against combo, and when I do play a big event, that actually comes in handy because if I do run into a combo player, it's not like it's cold or anything. It's important because it's one of Elves' unfavorable matchups traditionally. So the queue is kind of long right now, 2 minutes. I agree. I think Elves is pretty favored against, like, any slow blue deck because even if they're packing engineers, like, if you have experience in the matchup, it's not that difficult to navigate through. Like, you can lose, but that's probably what I want to see the most, other than something like DNT. Slow blue control decks, you can kind of pick apart. Like, you have a lot of time. Delver, I think, like, it's interesting. This Assassin's Trophy, like I said, might be better as a decay, but for testing purposes, I wanted to run the trophy today. It gets you out of weird situations that, like Levi mentioned, where you can answer like a Glacial Chasm or like a what is it called? Vampire Hex Mage or a Thespian Stage targeting a Dark Depths. Just random things. In fact, it helped us win a match against earlier. Well, Trophy went in, but can hit a Inkmoth Nexus, but the Wasteland was clutch. And I will try not to space out on the Cabal Pit on Arcanus line like I did earlier. Usually when I'm casting, not casting, activating Cabal Pit is sorcery speed, so please forgive me. There is a cool line with Cabal Pit. I don't know if anybody here has been able to do it, but with Natural Order on the stack, you can retain priority if that's your seventh card in the graveyard and activate Cabal Pit, targeting a Containment Freeze. I know George is the one that told me about that, which is pretty awesome. Not particularly great, but I think we have to keep here. Yeah, it happens to the best of us. So like, it's better to make these mistakes here and learn in like I said, low stakes environment. Here, I believe we want a Visionary to smooth out our hand. I always joke that a Reclaimer is the love child of Knight of the Reliquary and Deathrite Shaman. Obviously, it gets its looks from Deathrite Shaman. It gets its personality from Knight of the Reliquary. I think here we just lead with a Visionary. If they want to do something to it, that's fine. Yeah, see, we got rewarded there, right? Like. So they force pitching force. They're probably out of permission, which is unfortunate in the sense that we do have a Shepherd in hand. But even then, I feel like the Shepherd should be a removal magnet, but we'll see. I don't. Actually, let's do that. There's a chance they have an Ice Fang, but if they do, so what? Like, I don't think we're playing around that right now. And we're gonna bluff Once Upon a Time end step. Sure. Like, we don't really care about that, in my opinion. Like, that's actually what I realized about Shepherd. Even when it's not great, like, it still draws out removal. And if it dies, that's actually better because that means one of your more relevant creatures isn't dying. Or for that particular board state, I should say. Here... Let's see what they do. I am very tempted to go for a hoof here, but they could have the removal spell. But I guess we'll see. I think it makes no sense not to go for it here. Like, our hand is not going to get better, and we do have a second Natural Order the following turn. Yeah. Like, when in doubt, jam, in my opinion. They are on some kind of slower deck. So, I think most people here will know how I board, which is just like into Thoughtseizes. They bought one Cabal Pit is like your Plague Engineer hedge. I don't like Heritage. Make them have it, especially if they use a Force. Yeah, exactly. And they use really two Forces if you think about it, because they pitched another one. And then I'm coming down on... I cut Cradle because you don't really want to draw two. I cut all the Heritage because we don't want to go wide post board given Plague Engineer. And it's just the worst card in my opinion.
And then I cut one birch sword, not because it's bad, but because I think everything else is very good. Low key, birch lore is actually better than heritage, in my opinion. It for the fair matchups. Heritage is just what the deck's known for. Keep, but it's actually very bad a lot of times. And the reason being is because once the sideboard hate comes in, it's just not where you want to be. Like it doesn't produce mana on its own. It needs three before it does anything, and it incentivizes losing to sweepers, which I think is not very good. As a general rule of thumb against these decks, I lead with Thoughtseize turn one. And the reason being is because you don't want to have them brainstorm in response to turn two or anything like that. Oh, they're on that deck. Okay. The Yeah, I was surprised too, given the Urian. But I think here we don't care about Agent. Heartbeat is like very slow. Like that's not gonna get online to like several more turns in my opinion. I'm gonna take the Brainstorm to be honest. Like I'm not scared of anything that they have there, and they are probably not happy about me taking the Brainstorm too, because again that signals I don't really care what they have. Okay, let's see. Yeah, let's do that. I'm setting up for turn three. Sure. So Brainstorm, okay. So they got their Brainstorm anyways. They won't be able to shuffle away two cards, but one card they will. If we have a creature here, it's go time. The fact that they tapped out for Agent tells me that at least their draw step wasn't great. And it's time to go. Okay, so one Glimpse of Nature ended up being a Ancestral Recall. The other one ended up being a Thoughtcast, so we're still pretty good. Like, pass. They need to dig for, in my opinion, given that they haven't interacted with us at all so far. They need to dig for either a sweeper or like a Leovold perhaps, or a what is it called? Force of Will, because I've already drawn 5 cards with the 2 glimpses, so it's and one off the Visionary, right? These Urian decks like have issues with combo from what I've seen. So Ice Fang, okay. It seems like they're digging for the permission. And that's the correct play given they haven't interacted with us. Alright, they might be in a lot of trouble. Yeah. The writing's kind of on the wall. Legacy in general, yeah, I think so too. Well, So Yog, we started nice here, but we finished the other league 3-2. I punted a match, but we learned from it, so that's okay. Like it was just me not really paying attention to the board state, and I could have activated a Cabal Pin, I didn't. But yeah, I agree. I think Yuri on decks are a trap because like I just don't see how you're ever gonna beat combo, at least consistently. Yeah, it happens. Like that game was ours, and we essentially threw it away. All right, this is the player we lost to earlier, so we can redeem ourselves. Exactly. I kind of agree. And that's actually why, even before the companion rule change, I never really experimented with Urian. I tried like one league, I think, with it, but the issue becomes you just don't, you aren't going to find what you need on time, and that's going to be a problem. They want to force, they can. I don't think I care. I think we almost want that because now Reclaimer's turned on a turn earlier. That's actually pretty funny. Uh, I think they're not gonna force this. There's no way. Yeah. And now we're in the driver's seat, I think, with the Reclaimer. Yeah, shuffling. I can imagine because I own an EDH deck and it's just already a pain. All right, so I think we are in like extremely good shape. We're just gonna vomit our hand out now. I don't think we want to trade. We have lethal next turn. So the one thing about game ones is you have to play as fast as possible, and that just means no play around sweepers. Like they're not gonna have it. I don't believe. Like this game is mostly over in my opinion. Like if they wasteland us, that's we're still bashing with 7 power next turn. Yeah, let's see. All right, so we're halfway there to redeeming ourselves, given that we're playing against the same pilot. Oh, so speaking of which, yeah, I tried one brew with elves with Urian during Companion Spring, running Abundant Growth for the extra draw effect. I think this is fine. It's a little scary though because we have the trophy. Not to mention it ramps our opponent. Ooh. I have to take the fetch here. The reason being is we need to develop our mana. Kratos a little bit of a liability. And if they offer the trade, we 100% trade here. Because we need to buy time. Okay, so they have a very good hand. Might be turn 2 Arcanus. Sprite Dragon. Oh yeah, right. Because this is like the kind of the burn variant. I think given the pressure, I think we can wait a turn because we want to be mana efficient. So let's do this. And we'll run this into days and hope they daze it. We can't really afford for this to be dazed. Sure. It doesn't really make sense to me why they did it on our end step because there's no way we can stop that on. Jeez. Okay. On their turn, like there's no punishment for that, so to speak, for waiting. Okay, now we get really punished. Yeah, that would be. So Wasteland would be the argument to play the trophy there, and we would have saved ourselves 4 points of damage, and actually more. But we lose to days, and I think because of this, this is not. This is why I'm not a fan of playing any trophies before playing the Fourth Decay. I think we're gonna pack it in. Yeah, I don't believe there's any out, given the board state. Sure. So it's on to game 3. So I think based on that game alone, I would be off the Assassin's Trophy. So this is a keep, and I think I'm gonna lean with bottoming that because we need to develop the mana. We could have led with armor, but I think I think if you're not expecting Delver every match, then trophy is fine. If you have enough relevant things to do that, yeah, that's fair. But Delver is also very represented, so. Uh, See, this is interesting now because I want to keep the fetch for decay, but then if they force the green sun, then we get really punished. So I'm just gonna pass again. Like if they wasteland us, that's what I mean. And we don't have a particularly fast hand, so I'm just gonna wait. They might slam the Arcanus here, which I would be okay with, given the decay in hand. Library, okay. We're saving this for the Arcanus. They can only draw so much with library. Like I believe we can outgrind our opponent. Maybe that's an Oko? It could be a Mandrills, which would make... Oh, they wanted a fresh look for the Ponder. So one thing to note is they haven't interacted with us yet. I almost believe they have a sweeper in hand. Like, especially if they didn't take out the Arbor. It's possible they have either Blazing Volley. Yeah, probably Blazing Volley if anything. I think we saw that game too. Yep. I just called it. Oh. Oh my god, that was a mistake. Yeah, oh my god. I reacted too quick. So I wanted the Reclaimer there for the mana. But no, that's not gonna happen. The good thing is I don't think we got punished for it. Well, actually, we could have Reclaimed and then played the other Cradle for the Arbor. Yeah, see, we did get punished for it. I do misclick a lot, so that is one issue I need to fix. I just tunnel vision into the, because I was just thinking about sweeper and then I just my reflexes kicked into bounce when I didn't need to. Seems like they boarded out their daisies. We're gonna go to 11. The brutal part is we should have a 3-4 reclaimer, and that actually makes a big difference here against the Mandrills. And I think they probably would have found force by now. They're gonna waste the cradle. That's a given, yeah. I think that's fine. We'll go to 11. They have 5 cards in hand. That's gotta be at least force plus pitch. Another Mandrills? Yeah, so this version is very good against us, unfortunately. If it was rough tumble, then I'd be amazed how quickly you reacted. Yeah. Okay, so we have to get lucky here if they don't have the force, but I believe they do. Yep. So this is like really awkward now with the decays in hand. Like, it just so happens that that's good against us. Yeah. I could have sequenced this better and decayed the Oko. But I think that might just... Oh man, hold on. Yeah, well, I played the Cradle. I think we're dead though. And it's on me again. Yeah. Just really awkward, like... Yeah, so I punted against the same opponent twice. Like, just doesn't feel good. No problem. Thanks for dropping by, Yog. Like, I know I've been sloppy today. Especially compared to last week, which I was playing better. Keep. Let's see if we can salvage this league, though. Take the Visionary. We have everything else. Yeah, so the correct line the previous match would have been leave the Reclaimer there, and then because we essentially got Vapor Snag for no reason. or we vapor snagged ourselves, but we should have had the line where we could Green Sun for. I'm gonna lead with the Ranger to protect the Arbor. We should have been able to Reclaimer there for a fetch or something, and then that way Reclaimer becomes a 3/4, and then that probably changes the match because then we can throw two. We can triple block with Reclaimer and 2/1/1s to play around Bolt and take off at least one of the Hooting Mandrills. I'm not sure it matters because they had a second one, so it depends how the game plays out. Jesus. The good thing is if we draw a land, I actually still feel good about our position. I think we have to run the Shepherd. Well, man. Yeah, I don't think we can afford for the Reclaimer to die. To get dazed. If they have a 4th Bolt, then that's fine. That's probably also fine. So the problem now is we run the risk of them having Bolt into Bolt for a Reclaimer here. Like a chain lightning or something. That's what I mean by Bolt. I think they're on blue-red. So Little Donnie is 0-1 according to MTG bot. Sure, that's actually a good sign. Oh, okay. So at least it's even. It's kind of like 1-for-1, and then we're gonna force through a second Reclaimer next turn. It would have been nice if we could have done it the same turn, but I just think risking to lose to Daze there is not where I wanted to be. Given's already a 3/4. So I think as long as they don't have another Bolt, I still feel good about this. We just have to hit a second land drop too, because the Green Sun represents more Reclaimers. Yeah, they are. This is why I think Reclaimer is actually so important right now. Not only does it hit the graveyard decks, you can stabilize against a Dreadhorde Arcanist, whereas a Nettle Sentinel, you just continue the bleeding. Or the bleeding continues. I think they're digging for another Bolt. So this is probably a cantrip here. Given that they fetch. They want a clean look. 2? Sprite Dragon, maybe? Yeah. They may not attack. We'll see. Oh, they are. Okay, so that's fine with us. They might bolt our Reclaimer. Yeah. We'll see if they bolt our Reclaimer. And then force a trade. I think we have to block. Like, if they want to trade, that's fine. Yeah, this. I think we win easily here if we have another land. Like our opponent has used up all the resources to try to just keep us off balance. Another one drop would be pretty good too, given this board state. Assuming they're out of bolts. They bought them too, which is a good sign. I think we're probably okay, but let's see. I'm almost certain they're going to target the shepherd if they find a bolt. But if we can just get that second land, that would be pretty nice. It's possible. It's possible they shuffled away their permission, given the shepherd on board. But yeah, but that's likely force of will now, like based on how they're playing. This is kind of brutal. Well, that's a land, but not what we want. Yep. I think we're gonna lose this game. They would have to whiff pretty badly here. That essentially counts as not whiffing because we have to block. Yeah, there's no way. So that was kind of bad. Kind of a bad break. Like we started with a green sun that died. We had a reclaimer that um, we couldn't protect essentially, and then we had a second arbor that they had double bolt for with ranger into. Sorry, when we had the ranger to protect the arbor. I mean, they had bolt number 2 and 3. And then they were able to take out the reclaimer too, which is kind of it, with the chain lightning as the fourth bolt. I think we keep. Luckily here, being flooded is not the worst. That was just kind of a brutal match we just played against. I'm almost tempted to play a third league now, given the events, because I feel pretty bad about punting that for you guys round 2. We take the visionary here. So whatever we play is gonna die. Given that, I'm gonna leave with a shepherd. The reclaimer is too valuable in my opinion. You want to bait out the removal first. Okay, so they did not do that. Ugh. It's funny because we try to bait out removal and now we're getting punished. Because the Reclaimer would have been able to grow. Yeah, volley's gonna be brutal here. Oh my goodness. You called it. Like it I believe it's correct to go Shepherd turn one against a 7 to 8 bolt deck because we want the Reclaimer on turn two, and it's just really strange that they led up with the Delver. Like especially given we went turn one Shepherd, like just kind of unfortunate. Wow, they are not. That is so greedy. What is going on? Uh, that is incredibly greedy what they just did. Like we can untap now, like with a Reclaimer. Not to mention we just drew a removal spell. Alright, so the land activation is gonna be the yeah, I'm thinking about how I want to lead this now because if I want to target the Delver or the Arcanist, I believe it's still correct to target the Arcanist and have the Cabal Pit. Well, okay, let's see. Let's see what they do. I'm gonna main phase. No, that's not right. Hold on. Yeah, let's play out the fetch first. Let's see if we can main phase the Dreadhorde Arcanist. We are 1-1 in the current league. We went 3-2 in the previous league. That was my fault. I've been punting a lot today. Oh, that's brutal. Speaking of punts, I should have. Oh my god, that's bad. I am not playing very well right now. Hey, how's it going, Viper Force? Hey Nathan, how's it going? Yeah, I am punting a lot at the moment. Like, nice, congrats. All right, they are going face, I guess. Yeah, so that was a bad play by me. Like, I should have fetched first and then trophied. But I guess that means they're one burn spell less from killing me. Sure, that's fine. I might actually still stabilize, but it's kind of difficult. We'll see. Okay. We're gonna do this on their upkeep. I guess it doesn't matter. It's kind of funny because it's possible that punt helps us. I think we want a reclaimer here. Sure. Oh my goodness. Yep. That's game. David. Which David? Is this I know a lot of Davids. I Oh, okay. This is the David that likes to play balance in our EDH cube. Or EDH circle. He's one of those. But this league not going too well, courtesy me, because I am punting left and right. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick 1 minute break to use the restroom, but I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So, not going too hot right now, but not really a deck's fault, more like pilot error. I do think one thing I'm gonna change for sure, based on the feedback I'm getting from these, practice leagues, is I am not really a fan of this Assassin's Trophy. Uh, when you want decay, you really want decay, in my opinion. And while I can hit Mandrills, I think that's why Reclaimer is good in the matchup. We can actually beat Mandrills by just chumping with Reclaimer plus a few other elves. I think having your removal spell countered Yeah, there's that too, right? Like the wasteland actually covers for the tabernacle and the chasm, so I don't think you need trophy because based on that. We're trying a bunch of different things today just for practice. I went 42-8 with a list close to this that I played last week. That we went 10-0 in 10 games. Today I am punting a lot, but the point is more to test out some of these other cards and the crop rotation package. I think the crop rotation package I do like. Wasteland was very good against Infect earlier. Nope. Actually, in case, well, all right, I'm gonna hedge that. I'm gonna hedge a little bit in case this doesn't hit land. Heritage is secretly kind of bad. All right, that's an easy. When in doubt, take the cradle. The times where you don't take cradle, it should be pretty obvious too. Like you have something like 4 lands in hand, or 3 lands and no action. Um, but yeah, lots of Delver today. Okay, so there's a couple of things we could do here. I think I'm just gonna play the Ranger and lead with Arbor and set up for turn 3. If they want days that's fine. Like we're actually a little bit rewarded here for our Arbor keep over the Heritage. They could still have the Force of Will for the Glimpse, but if they don't, then we're pretty rewarded in my opinion. Okay, looks like it's show and tell. Sure. So that's actually not the worst for us. We... Ooh. This is actually a very interesting board state. If they have the Force of Will, we lose. But we kind of need the draw from the Glimpse. I think it's correct to lead with the Shepherd here. We cannot afford to get forced. If we weren't staring down to Emrakul, I would have led with the Glimpse for what it's worth. Actually, that's not true. Given this board state, I'd probably still lead with the Glimpse. Oh, sorry. I'd probably still lead with the Shepherd. So Green Sun. Ooh. Nice, congrats, Nathan. Man, we're just short. We're at 5, 6 mana. Brutal. Yeah, I think it was a tough call, and then we chose to play around the force there. Let's see if it would have mattered. Yeah, we would have drawn the cradle for the hoof, which is ironic, but I don't think we could afford to have our glimpse countered there. Is the problem? Like we still draw two off the a we still draw two off the glimpse guaranteed. So I think that was a correct play, given that what we had. Yeah. So the Caracas will come in. The Assassin's Trophy is relevant here. The crop rotation for the Caracas is relevant. Thought seizes and board out the bog. The Visionaries can come out. All right, take care, Nathan. Have a nice nap. There's argument for the Wasteland, but I think it's too cute. This is fine. We have a show and tell target, and we have a thought season in hand. Yeah, there's a chance if they didn't already have the Emrakul in play, we lead with a glimpse, given that we had lethal with um, lethal anyways with the Shepherd, but I would have to look at the board state again. I think what we did was correct, given everything we knew. Hmm. So their hand is kind of slow. Pyroclasm, I think we can beat. So we'll play for the longer game. Take the sneak attack. Like our clock is not incredibly fast here. The question here is let's see if they respect the if they Pyroclasm on turn 2 here. This runs into days. I should have sequenced it the other way, but it's not a big deal. So now they have to decide, right? Like we have 5 mana available if they want a Pyroclasm, and if I were them, it's greedy not to. Yeah, they are. Wow, they're not gonna Pyroclasm here. I
feel like it's a little bit greedy, but hey.
Sure. Glimpse. Exiles Progenitus. That is interesting. We're gonna run out the first Reclaimer now because we need to apply some pressure. They don't seem to be respecting our Ranger and Arbor. And if they want a Pyroclasm now, it's a 2-for-1. We have the second Reclaimer. Some of them have been playing in the sideboard because of Caracas and Oko. But I think that's kind of loose, like, to bring it in against us. Oh, I should be attacking with this too. That was a mistake. The good thing is it doesn't matter. In fact, it might be better that we didn't attack because now we can set up a Reclaimer that's bigger. Yeah, it's because they need a threat that doesn't get Okoed or Caracas, from what I understand. This is kind of funny, actually. We can actually hard cast the Archon here. How do I want to play this? So I don't want to die to sneak attack is the problem. So I'm gonna just leave it alone. Oh, I gotta stop misclicking. Yeah, we actually get. Yeah, okay. We potentially punished it, and they must have. I don't know why they didn't Pyroclasm earlier, but yeah, I think Omni is just better because because Sneak and Show. The problem is if you're gonna lose, like instead of just playing a card that's not very good, which is Progenitus in this case, you can just play Omni and be a little more inconsistent, I guess. But Sneak Attack plus Progenitus is not a very good combination. It's possible we want the Wasteland, by the way, but not 100% sure. This is fine. Like, even though I board in Trophy here, I feel like it's very fringe. And with Wasteland in the fold, I think we probably don't need Trophy. And we can just play Decay. It is a liability, unfortunately. That's easy. What that thing in camera shot on your left? You talking about this? Yeah, it's just a cup. Oh, that's just a heater. If you're talking about the brown, the gray thing, because I don't want to heat up the whole house, so to speak. You know, I'm assuming you're talking about that. Sure, that's fine. It's off at the moment, but otherwise the bill is gonna be too high. The electric bill for the month. So Caracas is nice because that means we beat show and tell. The so we need to just worry about dealing with sneak attack. We don't want this dazed. More like very cold right now. Ice cold. Alright, we know they don't really have anything. So we're gonna just set up for a potential kill soon. Yeah. Like they know we have the Caracas. Our line is gonna be natural order for the Archon on enchantment. And not only that, we have the if we draw a creature, then we play through like soft permission too, like days or whatnot. With the it does beating show and tell, and I think that's actually why the thought seasons are so good. Oh, it's Yihua. He's a nice guy. Our hand is very bad. That is a virtual mode of 5 already, with the hoof and 4 lands. Keep. I think given this hand, we don't want the second glimpse. Like it's like really awkward to draw multiple glimpses, is what I've found out. Maybe we can salvage this league. Like despite my punts today. Ranger. Days or force? Days, sure. I don't think we mind. Our line at the moment is Ranger, play a fetch into a Ranger off this basic, and then end step fetch for Arbor, and then try to go for a turn 3. This generates the most mana. Especially nice because we have the second Ranger in hand. Thanks for this follow, Bum Man. Bum describes how I feel at the moment for punting a few matches. The universe gives and takes. Last week we played pretty flawlessly, I think, to the 10-0, and today it is very much the opposite. It is 10 o'clock here, so let me think. Wonder if we can get through a league quick enough. I think what I might do is I am off this week from work, so maybe I'll stream during the day tomorrow. That's fine. I don't know how many people would be able to tune in, especially since the hours will be different. I'll be doing during the day, but we'll see if I can squeeze in a stream tomorrow, given that I'm off from work. If not, for sure New Year's Day. That's gotta be a removal spell, I would imagine. Yeah. Okay, thanks, Ablat, for following. We played each other earlier. I think we don't want to run into days, so I'm gonna run the Ranger here and set up for the following turn. I think it's a little greedy to run out the Glimpse there. Like any sneeze and our line is broken up on if we lead with Glimpse there. Either a removal spell or well, they tapped out, so there's no removal spell. But if they have the days, it's like pretty backbreaking because we need the Ranger to resolve for mana purposes. Like this is so much better now for the following turn, and we're not under a ton of pressure. Do we care? I don't think we do. Like they have to play a creature now. We have a second Visionary in hand, and our hand is pretty stacked. Yeah, it seems like they're trying to cut us off on mana then? So they didn't elk, which is interesting. That's got it. Ooh, no force. Hmm. So we're a little bit tight on mana, and that's why I'm tapping the way I am. Like, okay, that's good. All right, now this allows us to play around days now. Oops. I think we should be able to get there, given where we're at now. So the nice thing about Ranger is, for those unfamiliar with how to combo without Nettle Sentinel, is Ranger essentially does a very nice Nettle Sentinel impersonation during these Glimpse chains, because it represents two. Now that's just game, like with. Is there any reason? I don't think there is, but this is lethal, so might as well do it here. So one thing people can get in trouble is they get a little bit carried away with the Glimpse, so to speak. And if you have the kill, make sure you execute it, because you don't want to draw the hoof and suddenly don't have lethal. It's definitely come up, like myself included, when I've gotten just carried away with with having a Glimpse. Usually it doesn't matter even when you get punished by it, but you definitely want to keep that in mind. Like, it's tighter play. I know how fun it can be to glimpse off there, but that's just a good habit, I think. So let's see what's going on with the NBA right now. Ooh, nice. My Clippers won against Portland, so that's pretty sweet. Like, looks like they were winning most of the game. Kawhi Leonard came back today, so that's good to see. This hand is not great, but it's good enough. General thumb against blue decks is you want to lead with. So I want a reclaimer. General rule of thumb is you want to lead with once upon a time overplaying the land first, the fetch. The reason being is sometimes they will force it, like especially now with Arcanus. Lightning bolt. So that's pretty much dead. It's possible it's Arcanus, which means that we have to attempt going off with Glimpse. No, it's gonna be Blow on Arbor. Yeah, I do think it's a little bit greedy to go turn one threat, turn two threat, and then especially since you have one known dead card in hand. Um, Here, it's kind of interesting. I think we want to make sure the Reclaimer survives, so I'm gonna lead with the Symbiote. We have the Decay in hand, so that helps our decision too. Oh, yeah, yeah, that's true too. Or it's the worst thing, right? You have a Glimpse or Natural Order in hand, and sure, yeah. See, we didn't want to expose the Cabal Pit, but we don't want our Reclaimer days. Like in general, it's very difficult for our opponent to beat Reclaimer. Like this is essentially equivalent to Tormagoyf, and if you played the Delver Mat Mirrors, Tormagoyf, as bad as it's aged, it's actually still good in the mirror at least. Although Submerge is making it worse. It's funny because we ran into a Hootie Mandrills deck earlier, and I think that card is good against us, but not good against the mirror. So let's see what we lost to earlier. We lost to Little Donnie. I forgot what happened there. Oh, I think they were on Blue Red Delver. But we might have lost anyways. Like that matchup is hard. Okay, so that's interesting. I think we lead with a pit here and play the Reclaimer through days. We can take another hit or two from Delver. That's not the end of the world. But we do want to stabilize the ground first. Arcanus? Yeah. Okay, so that's an interesting bog. I'm gonna go ahead and bog now. And then based on what they do is gonna dictate what I decay. If they play a cantrip, I'm gonna take out the Delver. If they play a removal spell on Reclaimer, then I'm gonna take out the Arcanus. We are getting a little bit low on life, so we'll see. Ideally, they play a cantrip, and we take both threats off the board. That's the ideal scenario. It was just unfortunate. Well, somewhat unfortunate. We drew the bog, but we weren't ready to glimpse anyways. And I think here we're just looking to preserve the life now, and the glimpse will take over the game. We do have the Cabal Pit ready for the Delver later too. The reason why we want to leave mana up here instead of attacking with Reclaimer, even though we have the Decay, is because in case they draw the ball and decay the Reclaimer, not decay, and target the Reclaimer with the ball and hope to flashback to kill the Reclaimer, that punishes them hard for that. Or sorry, that doesn't stop that line because we drew the bog. But what I mean is, then we can take the Arcanus off the board and not, have them draw more. But yeah, Bolt would be pretty good here for them. So this changes our decision now, right? Like, we're going to take that off the board instead. And if we draw a fetch, the Cabal Pit is live. Right on time. It's very rare that you see somebody flip Blazing Volley and actively want to fetch it away, which is pretty funny if you think about it, especially against elves. Oh, jeez. Okay. Nope. I don't think they realize I can activate the Cabal Pit. Unless they have a second bolt? Sure. Yeah, they must have another bolt in hand because it doesn't make any sense otherwise. Yeah. That was kind of brutal. So game three. So one card that I might consider playing, especially since graveyard decks aren't particularly great at the moment, is Ground Seal. I played it in a league previously and on stream, but it might just help more to have a higher density for Dreadhorde Arcanus. That game was unfortunate because we drew the bog. Typically, to deal with Arcanus, you want a Reclaimer and Untapper, or a Reclaimer and or multiple Reclaimers, because then you could take one off while the other one bogs. But in this case, we drew the bog naturally. Yeah, and I believe they're on a like. We've seen a good amount of Chain Lightnings already, so I believe that they're on a list with more than one, which is quite popular right now. Like the deck plays more like a burn deck. I think any creature here would be pretty good, so we can glimpse. If no creature, then we're probably just gonna main phase Once Upon a Time and see what we draw. But this version of the Delver is harder to beat too because they have so much removal. Ugh, not what I wanted to see. Uh-huh. I feel like Cradle's the right piece because Heritage doesn't really do anything by itself. I'm just gonna do that. It also baits opponent into running their Wasteland into our crop rotation. Like we want to be functional if they have removal on the Ranger. I think Heritage is a trap there. Sure. Yeah, see, that's another Chain Lightning now that they have. So I suspected that that might happen, that they would, that we might get a cash in on this card rotation here. I think we want to fetch. Given our hand, yeah. Oh, Mandrills. This is kind of funny because the Assassin's Trophy is now potentially live. It does run into days, unfortunately. I'm still building for it next turn because we can't really go off yet. We're gonna take it because we want to see what they play. Also, this can happen. They think we don't have a removal spell, and then they cantrip for removal or permission, and then they have to use that on the trophy now. It's more relevant with decay actually because with if they dig for permission, they can't use the permission on the decay. Whereas here, it's not as punishing. But I want to do it end step because I don't want to give opponent the land for more cantrips. I'm almost certain it's permission in hand because they have a threat already. And one that's actually not easy to answer. So we want to hit creatures here. That's actually pretty good too. Sure. Could be, yeah. That's a good thing we drew the decay. I think we're probably favored here, but it can go either way. Wow, that's an insane draw. I mean, they've got to force this if they have it. There's no way they don't force this if they have it. So actually I thought they might daze too, which is smart, and I'm not gonna pay because the reclaimer is just game winning. Like we want to slam reclaimer. Thank you for the follow, Lil Wag or Lil Wah. So we're gonna reclaimer for removal here. Well, we can. I think we want to get the second reclaimer on board. It's time to pressure. I am not. It looks like we're gonna win this match, but we punted a few times today. The deck feels good. I think for those who have been tuning in, I apologize for repeating myself. But Lin Chalice, we're essentially messing with the sideboard slots because I'm very happy with the main deck right now. This past week I played not this version, but the same list with the same main deck, but different sideboard, and it's been very good. So let's do this. I think we won the Visionary. It does, I don't think it's great gameplay. Like I'm used to, blue players forcing my natural order, my glimpse, and that makes more sense, I think. But just to lose to essentially what feels like your opponent's gold fishing, I don't think it's great legacy gameplay, and it's just even when I win, it just doesn't feel like the type of Magic I enjoy. So that's fine. It doesn't seem like they want to block. I mean, I wouldn't. Like, I don't see a route to victory if they block. But I think with this version, yeah. So sorry, I got sidetracked for a little second, but with this version, I went 42 and 8, and actually went XO against Delver during that 10 league run. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it will, but paper tends to be a little bit slower than online, from what I've noticed. I mean, this is pre-pandemic, of course, but uh, I feel like unless Arcanus gets banned, that will become popular on paper as well, where you just blind force the turn one play, turn two Arcanus, win the game. And the change that I made to this list that helps against that is because when I realized that opponents were doing that, I realized one way to beat it is they can't force your turn one Shepherd, and it has the side effect of also drawing out removal. So the real problem card for Delver, in my opinion, is Elvish Reclaimer. Like, they cannot beat this card under most circumstances, and I think I'm just gonna cash this in right now, I guess. What I'm doing here is protecting the Bayou. I don't think there's enough outs for our opponent at the moment. Like, yeah. If you get if you get into a winning position against Delver with a Reclaimer, do not fetch if you don't need to, because it's very difficult for them to beat the card. Like, outside of corner cases where, for instance, we drew the bog and we couldn't bog anymore, they can't really kill it. Like, Submerge puts it back on top, but then, again, you just play it again. So we went 3-2 in this league. I lost due to my own sloppiness. Let me say, good game. I lost due to my own sloppiness.
against this pilot. And then against Lil Donnie, they played against Blue Red and drew pretty well against us, and we didn't draw particularly well. Were a little bit sloppy as well. I don't think that's why we lost because they did have. I forget it was that game or what, but it might have been against them. But there was a sequence where we bounced back a reclaimer when we didn't need to. I was on autopilot. So I think it's 10:30, which is still early. Um, if people are sticking around, I can try to stream another league. I do think we should change. I'm not convinced on Trophy because it's a liability against Delver, and I build my decks to try to beat Delver consistently. Um, I think the second crop is okay for now, so we can make that change in real time, I guess. But I like having Oust Glacial Chasm is nice, but I just think you need to be able to beat Delver consistently. Like that to me is a higher priority. Yes, that is a remnant of a few weeks ago when Tom came on my stream. I legit don't think I can beat this. Well, you did crush me on stream before, David. So, I mean, we have shepherds now to deal with the chalices. So David is a filthy, filthy chalice player. Beat me twice on stream, pretty nasty. While he was streaming. Yeah, I think I want to try the crop rotation package a little bit more. It's possible maybe we want to try ground seal, but I don't think that's where we need to be at the moment yet. Like, essentially, crop rotation reads as a flex spell or a charm, right? It has three modes. It can like win target game against graveyard decks. It's good with Karakas against Merit Lage. Wasteland is good against certain things. So I think let's run this list. Just slam an Ugin and watch us cry. That's pretty much what he does. Like he plays Cloud Post before Cloud Post Ramp. So let's play another league. If we don't finish, not a big deal. Like, I think. Yeah, it's still early, so we can jam a few more games, even if we don't finish the league. But yeah, Tom is a beast. 50 trophies. I'm like perfectly happy with my 18. All right, let's see. Ferox. So I don't know what they're on off the top of my head. Yeah, Shepherd is very real. I think. See, the card is interesting because it actually doesn't do anything by itself, but it enables a lot of non-games, which unfortunately Magic to win right now. I feel like that's one of the ways to win, to make sure your opponent can't play Magic. So it invalidates all the Chalice decks, which makes it very good there. Typically, Chalice on 1 is a problem for elves. The other thing it does is it makes it so that you can freely slam Natural Order, and again, like more non-games. Yeah, like 36 trophies is nothing to sneeze at either. I agree. Like I have 18, and that was with like a month off, or I guess
5 to 6 weeks off with the Mox prep, but there's no way I have 36 trophies even including that month. Like, I don't know how much more I would have because at the time I stopped playing, the meta was very different. Like, I wasn't getting my turn one play forced, but oh, I think they're on. Speaking of Tombow depths, it's kind of funny how the if they were so Confluence reminds me of Dredge. It's kind of funny that ooh, we can just play everything here. That ball can be randomly good against certain decks, like just naturally drawn. Have you ever played against Pox? Yes, I have. I don't really enjoy it, but usually I think we're favored. So we have a kill here unless they have another discard. Yeah, with this deck, yes. I have not played Pox myself, if that's what you mean. I think our ideal draw here, if they don't dot seize us, is another one drop. Then we have lethal through Merit Lage. Actually, we don't. Take that back. Because they can block the hoof. Because we only have 3 attackers, right? So they all get 5. So we might actually. Because they're already low at 16. So it depends what they do here. Sure. Okay, that's the kill. Unless they have multiple petals in hand or something like that. I don't see a way they win this match now. Because Natural Order is now lethal. I don't think they can make Mirror Lage given the sport state. More times than I care to admit. That's hilarious. Alright, here's another example where like you don't want to actually just draw the hoof. So we have 1, 2, yeah. Oops, don't want to do that. So yeah, you don't want to visionary there and get cute because you draw the hoof, you suddenly turn a win to a loss. Wasteland is good here. Caracas is good. The crop rotations is good. I accidentally clicked on the oof. Don't want the bog, and we can cut the visionary and a Warwood. Full disclosure, even if they have Plague Engineer, I will not board in Pit. The reason being is because it's too slow. It's not gonna turn on like fast enough. So Wasteland is kind of sneaky here because they might have Not of This World. Ooh. They might have Not of This World, and we can beat Not of This World because with the trigger on the stack, we just Wasteland the Dark Depths. This is actually a keep, I believe. What do you think, chat? Given the Caracas in hand already. And then, yeah, like, even with the arbors, like, it's kind of funny, right? And then the crop rotation is just filthy, too, because it means we can
instant speed wasteland as well. Like, and there's no way I think they play around wasteland given that they see the Caracas already. At least until like our list is more known, but I think that's the importance of testing things new things out. Like shout out to Lawrence Harmon. He said that he really liked the list I sent him, which is the same list I posted on Discord from last week. But he said once you get a build that you like, the key thing is not to get complacent and just like keep running the same 75 back. Especially for low stakes environment where it doesn't really matter, right? For a big event, it's good to know you're 75, but you want to push the limits of the deck. And I think I will say I was probably guilty of that before because I only ran one Shepherd for a long time, and there's no reason why I should have at least not had two. Looks like they're gonna go for it here. Okay, so this is interesting because we have the Caracas, but we can also sack and get the Wasteland in response. I'm gonna go ahead and just not do anything. Okay, so the fact that they didn't still make the sure. The fact that they didn't make it meant that they didn't have an answer to the what is it called? They didn't have an answer to Caracas in the Not of This World. So I don't know if you can see what my opponent has said, but they typed out to me that's not in the Discord list. So that is not what I like to see in the terms of people, googling my list and trying to play around certain things. That kind of metagaming is not something I encourage because sometimes people change their list without posting, especially me, and I think that's how you get punished. So that was pretty good, nuts right now. What happened? Because our opponent kind of like assumed that we were on a certain list and was playing around it. And now we'll see if they get punished for that. Unfortunately, we don't have any kind of clock though, given our awkward hand. They could have tuned in the stream. They would have known, yeah. So I'll bring this up so if people can see what happened. Oops. Show chat. I guess it doesn't show. I want to move the chat up, but it doesn't show at the moment. I think here we want the Reclaimer just for beats. Our hand is very slow, unfortunately, but hopefully they don't have anything. Move your camera and we can see. Oh, that's a good point.
I'll do it later. It's too much of a hassle at the moment. Essentially, long story short, they just said that's not in the Discord list. So they obviously are in our Discord, and we're trying to figure out how to play against this. And they probably, if I were to guess, did not board it out of this world. Okay, so I think here we're still a while from winning, unfortunately, because hoof is in our hand. Sylvan. Oh man. Thank you for the sub, Tim Grant. So here we're just gonna play out our hand. Cancel. Uh-huh. Yeah, our opponent earlier said that they weren't expecting that because it was not in our Discord channel. Here we're trying to cast a Crater Hoof naturally. They already used their one Wasteland, and I know Tom's list because I played it myself. Only has one Wasteland. They could have Stifle, which would be interesting. So let's see. We have 6 mana. Oops, cancel. That's 9. So the interesting here is we can go for a protected hoof line by natural ordering for Archon. I actually think I like that. Actually, cancel. Let's do this first. Ooh, just perfect. This is some stuff you should be aware of that can come up where you have to protect your hoof because they might have a Stifle in their hand. Yeah. So that's actually a very neat trick that does come up a lot in game ones where I'll natural order for Archon or hardcast Archon, and then either hardcast the hoof or play the natural order for hoof. And it can apply for green sun lines too. Like that's something that doesn't come up often, but should be noted, and everybody should be aware of. So I will say that I'm pretty impressed right there. Like crop rotation won the game, like getting the wasteland, and I think I would want to try this more going forward.
Like they even had the wasteland for the
Excuse me, for the Caracas, but we were able to kill the thing, the dark depths in response with the crop rotation. I also played it safe because I kept one mana up in case they had Not of this world. Because are you going to play this on paper if we ever get to play Magic in real life? Yeah, of course, of course. But the only thing is I don't have shepherds on paper yet, so I might have to play some other lists when I first come back. Like I haven't been in a rush to pick up shepherd only because pandemic and all. Yeah, they are very very much so. Unfortunately. So opponent is on the play. I think they're on posts. I would assume. Yeah. I don't think post runs wasteland, but I don't want to get cute and lose to that. So my boy Leviathan here says they're playing the superior deck. We shall see. It's too bad. It's a good thing we have that wasteland on our sideboard. It's like coming up all the time now. Shepherd. We're just gonna glimpse off and see how much we can draw here. They are very pricey, yeah. All right, so that was that. If they tap out here, it's pretty good for us. But I don't think they will. Oh, I stand corrected. So we got the game. I mean, in all likelihood, they probably don't have the crop rotation in hand, so they can't even get the glacial chasm. But great enough. Wait, I might have some. Oh, hey Mitchell, how's it going, man? So Mitchell is also one of the trophy leaders. He has a bunch too. Uh, he goes by Balenciaga and Boba on Moto. Here, we definitely want the Wasteland to deal with the Tabernacle and Glacial Chasm. We don't have the Assassin's Trophy, but I think that's fine. The Wasteland does the same thing. Yeah, Archon is symmetrical, so used to be insane in the mirror before Shepherd. Because you just name sorcery and the opponent loses. We want the crop rotation, I think. Do we want Thoughtseize? My gut tells me probably not, actually. Like, given that we have crop rotations now. I feel like we just want to be fast. Oof is like decent. I'm gonna bring that in. Thank you for the follow, Matzo Ball. Archon. I'm trying to think what we would name. I feel like it's probably better than G Post. I don't like it. Yeah, it's probably better than Progenitus. What do you think, chat? I don't know this matchup, to be honest, well enough. I think it's probably better than Progenitus, though. Like, Progenitus feels slow to me. Let's roll. I'll have to update that for the Discord channel. I think we want draw for Chasm. I think the deck is... The matchup plays out differently than we want. This is very slow. This is not great, but better. Yeah, I like it better against Eldrazi post. Yeah, you can name Artifact, I guess. Okay. Although you're scared of Ugin, really, but Ugin kills Progenitus too. Well, I guess it doesn't because... Well, we'll see how it goes. This is like all for practice, for fun anyways. For science. I think, yeah. This is kind of interesting. I don't think we want the wasteland here yet. And Reclaimer means we can find it if need be. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think the Archon actually has more utility. Ugh, Tabernacle. It's a good thing we kept the Cradle. I don't believe they have removal, so that's why I'm playing the way I'm playing. What did we test last league? We tested the Assassin's Trophy. I hate it actually. Like it needs to be decay, in my opinion. Like otherwise, you have people who run away with the game with Arcanus. I know people like the versatility, but I think we have to be Delver. Agreed. Because Chasm has text, I think. What did you say? Mitchell is here? Yeah, Mitchell is here. Okay, so we're just gonna keep paying with a Cradle. This is actually funny because this is one of the matchups where we want Daragaz's Caldera. I think here... We're just going to continue to develop our board until we have a big glimpse turn. Ooh, that's very good. So we're gonna try to win this turn, and even if we don't, the Reclaimer can get rid of the Glacial Chasm in the future. But yeah, this is kind of funny. This is one of the matchups where Daragaz's Caldera is now relevant. So I'm tapping the way I am because I want to make sure it's lethal. Oops, that's wrong. Like, there's no need to get cute. We just go for the win here. It's possible they have a Mindbreak trap. Create a hoof. Yeah. And even if they had a chasm, they set themselves back pretty a lot, and then we have to kill the following turn, or at least close to the kill. So Levi, I believe Elves is the better Green Sun deck. Viper is David Centeno. Ooh, thank you for the raid, mana symbol. Raid alert. Thank you a lot for the raid, mana symbol. Appreciate it. Thank you for the follow, Skull Clamp. We are playing against famous Storm player here, Kai Saotari. I think this is fine. I don't know what they're on, but I think they're on Doomsday. Thanks for the follow, Ghost. Not much. I just punted a bunch in the previous league, but hopefully this league goes better. We're 2-0 so far. Ooh, Beyonce is following me. That's pretty hot. My wife is a big Beyonce fan, so there's that. Thank you for the follow, Soondabu. That was not me. That was more Nathan Lipitz. So I had him on. I had him as guest on stream, and unfortunately, you didn't draw too well against our, very prisony deck. Yeah, Kai can play different decks. I don't know him personally. I just know of him. I think here, the fact that we have 2 glimpses, we're just gonna fire the first off and see what happens. Yeah, that's fine. I think we're going to lead with a Shepherd because we don't want the Reclaimer dying. Or getting dazed. Yeah. Portent. Okay, so maybe they're on Miracles? Actually, no, their Doomsday lists. I forget if their Doomsday list plays Portent. I have no idea either. Maybe it's Miracles. It's possible it's some weird Doomsday variant too. I don't know the list he played for the whatever was recent. Not the draw I wanted, but I think we need to be mana efficient. Ooh, that's a good draw. Come on, Cradle. Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know what's going on here. Don't think it's Doomsday anymore, though, based on the mana base. Can I play with Urza, or is with Astrolabe. Yeah, I think I've seen it. Like, I know Sunwoo just subscribed or followed, but they play a cool blue green version with Astrolabe and Urza. So this has to be Miracles now, in my opinion, right? And I'm a little bit scared because they just brainstormed Med Step. That makes me very nervous that I'm gonna get Terminus right now. Uh, I'm gonna actually hedge against that. I smell Terminus coming, that's why. Oops. I think we want the Queering Ranger. Yep. All right, so this was kind of brutal. Like, we got hit with brainstorm into Terminus. The good thing is we can still come back. I think it's correct here to lead with a Reclaimer because we can set a Bog. Sure. They can't get what's it called? Sanctuary yet. Yeah, it's because it was a little telegraphed. Like I kind of had a feeling. Interesting. It's funny because this is another scenario where thanks for the follow, Madison. This is another scenario where the Caldera would be relevant. Hmm. So I'm trying to see if I can generate lethal here. I don't think we played a land drop yet, have we? No. That was actually kind of sick, like that we beat this. So let's see what chat is saying. Yeah, the Urza Sloppy is probably the best way to do it. I'm not, but I've seen some other cool brews. But this game was kind of nuts. Like that we came back.
Waterwood was very clutch there for letting us bounce back all our creatures.
And then we had a protected kill. Where is the Progenitus? Wait. What? Oh, there it is. For a second, I thought the Progenitus was in the sideboard. But pretty straightforward boarding. Like we just want to just minimize our impact to sweepers. So Progenitus is good here to be a singular threat. And then the Cobalt Pit is to deal with potential hate bears. Bog is good against Sanctuary, and unfortunately, it hasn't been played in a very long time. But before Snapcaster Mage, I don't believe we want Wasteland here. Excuse me. Yeah, the worst feeling in the world when you're playing against a Miracles deck is end of turn Brainstorm because you already know what's going to happen. So as usual, you lead with a redundant piece. You also, in general, want to lead with Reclaimer because if they don't answer it, you slowly develop a card advantage with it. Or you essentially sculpt the mana base to what you need. It's probably that's probably the better way of explaining it. Okay, so they shuffle. That's a good sign. Okay. We're not in a rush, so I guess we're gonna see what's up. Like, there's no need to get Reclaimer right. I mean, Cradle yet. Force the Will, Force the Negation, Oko Terminus. I think we care about the Oko. We don't really want the Uro in the yard. And then we have answers to the Force the Negation. Sylvan Library, that's pretty good. So here we're leaving up Bajuka Bog. We don't care about that. I think their only out here is land, and then it has to be ported into a. It has to be ported into or brainstorm into a. Well, here it doesn't matter now, right? Because they can't draw on our turn. That's fine. So we have lethal. Attack with everybody. All right, so we're running kind of hot now. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick and be back in a minute. 1 minute. All right, I'm back. Sorry, gotta get that stretch in. So far, this list feels pretty clean. Like, the utility of the crop rotations has been pretty noticeable in the matches where it's relevant. We don't have Leyline to protect us against those turn 1 decks, but I don't know how much of those you'll face in a bigger tournament. Like, you may face them in leagues, but in a bigger tournament, I think the only one that's kind of popular right now is the Urza Echo deck. What do you mean? What is this sideboard? I heard you were talking about your fantasy, but I didn't have a chance. Yeah, I was down. So Levi, I was down 60 points with 2 players left, and typically that's a death sentence. But oh yeah, I know voice chat, but like, I'm already on stream, so I don't. Maybe I'm not understanding what you're saying. Not great. This is the virtual mode of 4/5, so nope. This is actually much better. Keep. as crazy as this sounds, I almost want to toss back Once Upon a Time here. Because the rest is kind of perfect already. Yeah, let's do that. This is rare that I do that, by the way. I think Once Upon is very good. But yeah, typically, I was down 60 points with 2 players to go, and my 2 fantasy players were Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen. So if you watch or follow football, you know that the Bills obliterated the Patriots on Monday, and I won my fantasy league because of that. Did they just miss the? No, okay. I thought for a second they missed the land drop. Oh wow, sorry to hear about that about David. I mean, Derek. Hopefully he's okay. Okay, so we're just gonna lead with like swords is interesting. I'm just gonna play out all my dudes here. Let's see what happens. Sure. I probably should have bounced the Ranger in response so I can at least lead with Glimpse. So that's a slight misplay there. I guess they did, yeah, reveal Yorian. Alright, now we Glimpse for sure. I'm hoping they force, to be honest. Swords, okay. Sure, I think that's fine. Let me see. So they don't have a force. I'm gonna go. I don't want to have a non-lethal kill here, so I'm gonna go for the line where I just draw more cards. It's never a bad idea. Okay. And then I'm gonna bash the Okon out. They're gonna block, presumably. We could, but I don't want to do that. Like, sometimes people let it resolve, Levi. So that would be the worst case scenario. Sure. Slight suboptimal play a little bit by me earlier, but I don't think we were. Hopefully not super punished. Okay, this is now just insane. So we have a protected kill now. Actually, was that a mistake? We could have had 5, 10, 11, 12 mana. Sorry. 5, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, that was a mistake by me. I should have played the Cradle, Green Sun for 6. But hopefully it doesn't bite me. Should have played a Green Sun for 6 and then Natural Order with the remaining mana. No, this is game 1. So we didn't get punished. So that line I was talking about earlier, where you want to force Archon through first before getting Hoof, was relevant again there, and I was a little bit sloppy, but I didn't get punished. So as a general rule of thumb against these decks, I board out all the Heritage Druids now because you don't want to leave yourself open to sweepers. Nah, like, given that we had 12 mana available, we could use 11 there for Green Sun for 6. That has to draw Force if they have it, because everybody knows what's up, like, presumably. And then the extra 4 for the Natural Order. Like, otherwise we lose to removal plus Force, given the line I took. Granted, the removal, like, is not good because I have Wirewood. Hey, Yuhua, how's it going, man? Nice games earlier that we played. Yeah, so this is an experimental sideboard that I'm trying out. I know Tom is very upset with me right now. I don't blame him. He probably feels like he's being targeted, but I'm trying to a more diversified sideboard because I've been pretty happy with this new main deck. With this new main deck over the 10 leagues I played, I went a combined 42 and 8. So suffice to say, like, you know, I guess it's a shocker, right? Allosaurus Shepherd is pretty good. Here, I think we want to save the fetch in case it's Arbor or Bayou, so depends what we draw. We're just gonna run the Shepherd out. Like, if they remove it, I don't think I care. Like, this tends to be a removal magnet now, which is nice because I really want my Wirewoods and my Reclaimers to survive instead. Yeah, actually, we played against Adepts, Tom, and I can replay it. Yeah, I mean, before it wouldn't be redundant, but okay. So now we have to fetch Bayou. But we played game 1, round 1, or round 2, or round 1. We played against Tombow Depths, and actually it was relevant. They actually wastelanded our Caracas, and then we responded to the Dark Depths trigger with crop rotation to wasteland, which was pretty nice, I think. End step Brainstorm. I wish I had Brainstorm in this deck, just because of this card. Also, putting Arbors in, or Daragaz's Caldera back is pretty nice. Uh-oh, that's not good. Okay, so this is kind of nice. Well, actually, Progenitus is in hand, which is annoying. Otherwise, we had a protected Progenitus. So we're just gonna lead with a glimpse. If they force it, so be it. Yep, that's fine. So they have to dig for removal. I don't think I really care that they force the glimpse there because we have the natural order in hand. I don't think they have a second force like. And they do, then they have to have force plus removal, right? Huh. They're gonna push the Visionary or the Shepherd here, I would imagine. Sure. Huh. I wonder if that means they have a force. Actually, I should not do that yet. That's all. That is really awkward. I'm gonna check for force here, essentially, by natural ordering the Birch Lord. Yeah, that's kind of what I suspected. At least they can't Euro here. So we have time to just hard cast the hoof. Yeah, it smelled like they had another counter in hand, so like I wanted to just bait it out. And they have to because like that's a Progenitus that they're staring down otherwise. Jesus. Okay. So we'll have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're still short. That counter spell is pretty huge for them though. I think a Cradle would be nice. A Quirion Ranger would be nice. Speaking of which, I hope they don't have another Snapcaster because that would be kind of insane. Thank you. Nice. All right, we're almost there, guys. 4-0. Let's see if we can get there, chat. So far, 2-0 across the board too, with this new sideboard that Tom is really upset with me. I know, like, I would be upset too. To be fair though, Tom, you always beat me, so I probably need the extra help. I was telling chat, or chat was acknowledging you earlier as trophy leader. 50 trophies is just kind of nuts. Like, you have more than double almost everybody. We'll see if we can make that 5-0, 10-0, but I know what it is. Maybe I got all the bad plays in the previous league. I was very sloppy in the previous league. Thanks. We'll see if we can get there. So far, so good, though. The big play there was it smelled like they had another force, so you draw out that force with the natural order. Like, they have to do it, like, if they have it. And if they don't have it, you get a Waterwood and you keep drawing cards. It is, but like it's also a little bit overrated, in my opinion, because it doesn't really do anything by itself. Like, I know the deck is a synergy deck, but by itself it doesn't do much, in my opinion. It's just nice because for me personally, it's been soaking up more removal now that I'm playing 3 copies instead of 1. And the real things I want to protect are a Wirewood Symbiote and Elvish Reclaimer. Keep. It's no secret Elvish Reclaimer is one of my favorite creatures right now. I also play the card in Modern, so full disclosure. Underground Sea Ponder. That is a little bit scary. I'm almost thinking that they're on a combo deck, and if they're on Ant, I probably want to leave Reclaimer up. If they're on Doomsday, it doesn't really matter, but we have a protected kill next turn with a Shepherd into Natural Order for Archon, so I'm going to pass the turn and be safe. Like, my gut feeling is Doomsday or Ant, based on Underground Sea. And even if they're not on Ant or a Graveyard deck, like, we just get Cradled in. Like, the scariest land to me is Bloodstained Mire because of the decks it represents. Okay, I think it's Doomsday. Oh, wow. Okay. Now I'm really glad I left Reclaimer up. This is a full blowout. Yeah, that's a full-on blowout. Underground Sea is very scary, so I think it's correct to leave Reclaimer up. And then we got really rewarded there. I think given our hand, let's see. I think we want to try not to get got by opposition. Oh, is that what they're on? Actually, yeah, I think I saw Jarvis playing this with Caleb, so they could be on that. If they want to force this, they can. I don't think they will. Hmm. In case they have the Force of Will, I'm gonna go ahead and just leave the Shepherd in hand. I mean, they if they have the hand for it, like they kind of have to go for the line that they did. Did we play a land? Yeah, we did. Like nobody expects Bog out of Elves, so I don't blame our opponent. Dreadhorde Arcanus. Luckily, not very good at the moment. Ugh. Of all the cards to draw. It's not a. It's still not a big deal. Like, we just name instant now. With Archon. Actually, cancel. Yeah. All right, we're one game away, guys. We do not have Leyline, unfortunately. I'm curious how they would board. Arcanus is a problem if they can get it online. I think we probably want decays. I don't think they run Wasteland, so I don't. We can cut the Heritage probably. Cabal Pit's probably pretty good. Actually, they haven't. Yeah, I don't. Actually, maybe not because I don't think they have Delver. Or they may board it out. Crop seems insane in case they go for the Burial Alive package. Don't even have to show the hoof. I mean, they were dead anyways, right? Because Archon on instant, I don't think they can beat that. Oh right, they have. So I'm not too familiar with their list. Um, it would help right now if I had that, but I feel like we still want the natural order package based on like what I can see. They have Force of Will, that much I know. Crop, I'm not actually. Maybe we go down on a Visionary. Trying to think how they would board. If they Doomsday us, actually, the more I think about it, the more iffy I think Decay might be here. And I might want the Thoughtseizes instead. It's one or the other, right? Like you either Decay and the Decay lines up real poor against their better hands. But the problem is they have Arcanus. I think we want speed. So let's do this. And I'm running out of time, so I just like clicked OK, but we can adjust game 3. I haven't played against this deck before, so that's the advantage might be on our opponent, but we'll see, right? They also ran right into a Reclaimer. So who knows, right? That's a good draw. And I don't think they have Wasteland. Like, dude, Delver of Secrets is actually the least scary card for us. Days, maybe? Nope. So the thing is, we cannot really afford to tap out in this matchup. Like, we have to leave Reclaimer up out of respect. Unfortunately, I would change our board a little bit differently. But we were running out of time, and I wasn't sure how to sideboard. I would have to know their list to have a better feel. So based on that, maybe it's wrong already to bring in Thoughtseizes, like the way that our opponent is boarding. They might be expecting us to bring in Graveyard Hate and boarded out the Buried Alive package. Looks like they don't have permission, which helps. Not turn 2 Arcanist, please. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really pay attention. Like, I saw like one match with Jarvis playing this a couple days ago, or maybe it was yesterday, but I didn't really pay attention. I feel like it's pilot dependent too, like, especially if the person is maybe new to the deck, for instance. That's gotta draw a force. If they have it, they should. They might be thinking about days. Yeah, sure. So that's kind of nice, right? Like, we have a kill next turn. And we still don't know if we boarded correctly. Likely not, actually, to be honest. Only because we rushed at the end. This makes it lethal, so I want to do this. We just have to dodge drawing the hoof. That's also very good, because we can get Shepherd. So if we get Shepherd here, they would have to have the removal spell plus force. And that's a lot of damage, right? Even if they have removal spell. Shepherd. Like, hoof is a lot of damage. And we play around days conveniently. They might have one removal spell targeting like the ranger or something. We got there, guys. Perfect 5-0 on stream. Redeemed myself for the previous league. That was pretty sweet, I must admit. I liked how this deck played out, and the sideboard feels more coherent than before. And I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but shout out to Lawrence Harmon for telling me like he liked my list. I'll bring it up. Like, so Lawrence liked my list a lot. And oh shoot, here we go. Like the main deck, I think is rock solid, and then the sideboard we tweaked because he pushed me like don't get complacent. Like you have leagues which are essentially practice anyways, like low stakes. You can tweak with the sideboard, and what I tweaked was cutting the ley lines for more of a lands based package with crop rotation. So the previous list looked like I'll move this to the side if I can. I can't. Okay, so there was no Karakas, no Wasteland, and no crop rotation, and those are 3 ley lines before. And it might be better for leagues because there tends to be like random things like Reanimator or whatnot. So if you run into that a lot, probably the ley line are better. But I think in a bigger setting, this feels more coherent because like I'll maybe increase my chances against Tom like 5 to 10%, like from 5 to 10% because I can't beat Tom even on mulls of 3. But also like Wasteland is good against Glacial Chasm, Tabernacle, things that I otherwise will have problems beating. And then the main deck, this has been mostly the main deck I played for a long time. The only difference was I moved the Collector Ooze to the sideboard, and I cut the 3rd Birchler Rangers to make room for 2 more Shepherd because I mentioned earlier in the stream that people like to force my turn 1 play now, and you can't force, or you could I guess, but you get punished for forcing a turn 1 Shepherd. And that's if I don't lead with Green Sun or a Elvish Reclaimer, which are probably preferred. If there's a redundant piece, obviously you lead with the redundant piece. And having more Shepherds actually means that it soaks up removal now, because I really want to protect Wirewood and Reclaimer, and Shepherd actually is a removal magnet, so it can't, but you can still counter it. So you can cast Force of Will on it, it just won't do anything, which has happened, by the way. Same thing with Cavern of Souls. So, for instance, you can Force of Will Athalia that was paid with Cavern mana. It resolves it, but it just doesn't do anything. Yeah, it just feels bad. Yeah. Anybody from chat have comments? This is pretty sick. Like, the crop rotation package ended up being, well, we had one before, but the extra 3 cards here instead of the ley line, like, mattered in our other league against Infect, and then it mattered against Depths. I think it was like round 1 where they had the answer for the Karakas, and then yeah, I do, but in this metagame you gotta kill Delver. I mean, Arcanus. So, like, against things like Glacial Chasm or Tabernacle, Assassin's Trophy is nice, but that's why we're playing Wasteland now, right? Like, we want to deal with Tabernacle and Glacial Chasm. Nobody really plays Moat in my experience. Ensnaring Bridge you can already beat with Abrupt Decay and Archon Naming Artifact against those decks. But this is, yeah, a pretty clutch league. Like, we went 5-0, 10-0. Any other questions? Good question, Sundubu. Like, I will learn my lesson after playing you the other day. Just because I don't expect somebody to bring in Blood Moon doesn't mean they won't. So that's a good learning experience for me, personally. Let's see if there's anything you feel the deck is lacking. Yeah, for sure. Like, this deck, and historically Elves in general, like, has trouble with turn 1 combo decks. So essentially I don't expect to beat Belcher at all. Test is probably very hard too with this current configuration. Shout out to Viverus if he's still on, but he went 5-0 in the showcase,
And if more people play Test as a result, him and Bryant Cook, I probably will have to adapt. Collector Oof is really good, especially when I had a main deck before, but I definitely feel like an underdog if I'm playing against Test still. Uh, if you were on a Leyline sideboard, would you normally bring it in against the Punishing Fire decks? The answer to that is I will not bring it against Punishing Fire. It's typically for the turn 1 decks. So Urza Echo, Reanimator, Dredge, and Hogak. So the combo decks. Like, I think it's loose to bring it in like against the Punishing Fire decks. The exception to that is I will bring it in against lands because they have Loam too. So they have not only do they have punishment, but they have Loam, and I think it's good there. So good question, Lynn Chalice. Other sideboard cards that I've tried in the past, since we're on the topic, I guess I'll bring up my spreadsheet. Actually, here's my fantasy football team. Since we talked about this earlier, this is what carried me to the championship in my fantasy football league. And like I said, I was down 60 points, and these two guys got me 70. So that was kind of nuts. A couple of no-shows by Aaron Jones and what's it called? My kicker, Koo, who were normally good during the season. Shout out to Koo, though, for an awesome year. He just had a bad championship week. And then I, being the bad manager that I am, left Juju Smith-Schuster and James Conner on the bench because they had been struggling. But okay, so for the sideboard map, or the flex spots. Here are some things I listed. Like Scavenging Ooze is pretty decent, especially if you're want some more game against Delver. It can stabilize because of the life gain late. Ramanat's something I played in the past, especially good with Wasteland. So that's something to consider potentially going forward. Here's the Wasteland I talked about. Therapy, I am bad with my therapy names, and I don't want to lose games because of that. So, or at least I'm not a Cabal Therapist expert. So for now, I'm not running it. Caracas, I brought it back. And then main deck, this card has very high upside. I won it a few times today, but it didn't end up hurting, so maybe that means I don't need it. But the problem is if you draw, it's pretty bad too, admittedly. I played Deafening Silence in the past, and it was really good, especially about a year ago when Ant was probably one of the top 2 decks with Ren and 6, Delver being the other. That metagame was pretty nice for Elves, even though the consensus was the opposite. The reason being is because with only 2 decks to focus for, you can actually beat Ren and 6 pretty easily in my experience, and I had some of my best win rates during that time. The other thing is, without anybody playing Elves because of Ren and 6, they didn't really pack dedicated hate, and you can go wide, and they cannot beat Reclaimer. The same thing, right? These Delver decks just fold to a 3/4 Reclaimer. I think there's for people who want more protection, so to speak, you can play the 4th Shepherd. I think you don't really want to draw 2, in my experience. It's kind of bad. But if there's a higher number of Chalice decks, I would probably play it, to be fair. Any other questions? Tonight was really fun, to be honest. I didn't play well, to be honest. My first league, and first 2 leagues. And I'm glad I stuck around for the 3rd league because we got rewarded with a 5-0. 5-0, 10-0, to be honest, too. But yeah, I think I like this configuration going forward. And if Tom's still online, please don't kill me. Especially if other players start picking up this configuration. But this is pretty sweet. How does a deck stand up against another deck you play like D&T? Okay, so anybody who's played the D&T or Elves matchup from either side will know that Elves is heavily favored. It doesn't mean you'll always win, and I actually had my streak against D&T. I didn't lose to D&T for a year, and I had that broken the other day because I whiffed off Once Upon a Time, and DNT player played well to his or her credit. And I've won the matchup from the DNT side playing against elves, but it's pretty favorable. Against Delver, I would say the only thing we really lose to is turn 2 Arcanist, and they're on the play with like Bolt backup. I think that's really the only thing I'm scared of. But granted, that does happen a lot. We potentially lose game 1 if our hand is clunky. Like you draw like Hoof, Archon, there's like 2 or 3 natural orders in hand. That's how you lose. That's why I boarded out. But typically speaking, that's the only thing I'm scared of against Delver. But it does happen. They do have those hands. Snow, I think, is pretty easy matchup. Like you boarded Thoughtseizes, you take away their sweepers, and they don't have any pressure. Like you just have infinite time, in my opinion. The way you lose that matchup, in my experience, there's 2 ways. You draw the Progenitus, and you can't beat their Engineer now. And the other way is they just have an obscene amount of hate. Like you're talking about like 6 to 7 sideboard slots. Then they can potentially beat you because they have like 2-3 Containment Priests, 2-3 Plague Engineers, Dead of Winters. Like that's very hard to fight through if they have that kind of hate. And even then, like it's winnable. Any other questions? I think those are like the meta decks, right? Like combo decks, I feel pretty good against the graveyard decks for sure because of the crop rotation and bog package. Like Thoughtseize helps a lot against Doomsday and any Storm deck. Let's see who's on. Would you guys? I'm gonna go ahead and raid Analog. What is the command for raid? I think it's like /raid, right? Like OnZD Magic. But thanks to everybody for tuning in. Glad you guys. Hope you guys enjoyed the 5-0-10-0 that we went through right now. Now we just need Magic Fest to open back up. Yeah, hopefully we'll see. Thanks, Lynn Chalice. I appreciate it. All good questions from everybody. And if anybody has questions, just DM me on Twitter or whatnot. I'm pretty good about answering questions. And I hope more people will pick up this deck because I just think this deck is like straight up busted. Like we saw when I was playing well this last league, the deck is pretty powerful. We went 5-0, 10-0, and then last week on stream I also went perfect 10-0 in 10 matches. So I do like where we're at, and then I just think Shepherd with Reclaimer is just so broken together because Reclaimer is good against a lot of decks, but its blind spot is like Doomsday and Show and Tell, the combo decks that have Force of Will, and Shepherd helps there. And Shepherd helps is not particularly good against sweepers, and not particularly good against other kind of graveyard-based combo decks. So that's where Reclaimer covers for it. Thanks. I'll have to watch some of them more, for sure. Yeah, if you can watch it, just like I'll post my I have my YouTube channel and my Discord channel that I post my videos, but you can also find it on Twitter. Just message me on Twitter. Thanks everybody for coming by tonight. Appreciate it again, and Happy New Year to everybody. It's been a great time streaming tonight. Not necessarily a great 2020, but 2021 should be greater, hopefully. Thank you. Happy New Year.